welcome our international friends from across the pond and around the world. Australia, Japan, the United Kingdom, Sweden, Germany, everywhere. Racers from all over. I'm sure we have viewers as well in Dominica and Puerto Rico. Racers from all over the world, friends and family. That's what makes this the World Finals. We have such an international event. And we are so pleased and proud, privileged to be able to do this. We love it. As you can see out on the racetrack, as I started to say about the eclectic mix of motorcycles, here you are looking at a Suzuki Hayabusa in the left lane. And here's a Kawasaki H2 two-stroker in the right lane. Gentleman with the cell phone doing some video work there is Mr. Jack Corpella of CycleDrag.com. We have Tim Haley in the house here from Eat My Ink. We have JT Norton from DragBike.com. And our well wishes out to Brandy Neathammer. Sorry she's not here this year, but we know we'll see her again next year. We all got to do what we got to do in dealing with COVID and the many challenges that have come to us in 2020. And that certainly isn't going to abate anytime soon. At least not until December 31st. You can see the tremendous power and speed of that Kawasaki H2 in the right lane. Jim Chongris rocketing down that right lane with an 881 at 138 miles an hour. You can see just how quick those things are. Very powerful, very light machines. What you are viewing at this time is our eclectic mix of Sportsman and ET bikes. They're all completing their final test hits. We've been in test and tune mode since Wednesday. Since Wednesday. Lots of test and tune work by the different teams. Started off mild, but then it got wild, as one would expect, performance-wise. We've seen as quick as 561. We've seen mile an hour in excess of 200, and we'll see more of that. All right, back at it here. Once these Sportsman and ET racers who are doing their time test hits right now are done, we're going to go into a brief pause while the racetrack is prepped for Q1. And in the meantime, all the pro bikes in the lanes getting ready for their hit with Q1. All right, racers, it's 4:06 p.m. All my pro teams, you know that pro qualifying Q1 is at 4:30. So we need our pro teams to come up into the lanes. Your lane assignments are as follows. Professional teams, Top Fuel, lane 1. Top Fuel Twin, lane 2. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, lane 3. J&E Pistons, Pro Mod, we need you in lane 4. Nitrous Express Pro Open, lane 5. Robert Tull Pro Stock Motorcycles, lane 6. APE Pro Street to lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street to lane 8. All right, working it out on that line right now. I have clear monitor. Get my next pair up there. I see John Markham of Kentucky in the water, getting ready to pull up next as soon as this pair makes their way down the racetrack. Racers, when you are making test hits for test and tune, please do not engage in staging games. We don't need that at this point of the day. There's no need out there to be deciding who's going to stage first and who's not. Make your way down there expeditiously and you move the whole show along. Okay, both bikes away clean. And John Markham will put it in the beams in the right lane. Stage that up. Once again, lane assignments for those who could not hear me earlier. Top Fuel, you will be in lane 1. Top Fuel Twin to lane 2. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel to lane 3. J&E Pistons Pro Mod bikes, you'll go to lane 4. Nitrous Express Pro Open, lane 5. Robert Tull Pro Stock, lane 6. APE Pro Street, lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street to lane 8. It's always rewarding to look out into the lanes at this time of the day and see the various pro teams, all those shirts and jerseys for the various teams, all the bright colors. It's a big help up here in the timing tower to be able to look out there and we know which teams are where and who's ready to rock and roll and who we're waiting on. And at this time of the day, it's pretty important, especially with Q1 about to engage. There will be 3 qualifying sessions between today and tomorrow for this event. Qualifying session 1 is going to start at 4:30 or thereabouts. That will be Q1. Now tomorrow, I'm going to look at tomorrow's schedule here. On Saturday, Q2 is for 12:30. And Q3, the final qualifying one, will be 4:30 tomorrow. And, of course, all of that will be live, available on Motormania TV. Big thank you to Ralphie Navarro, Platinum Fleet Repair, Manhill Garage, Fast by Gas, Schnitz Racing, Rob Bush Motorsports, Robinson Industries, J&E Automotive, John and Dave Morgan, MTC Engineering, Vantine Imaging, Robert Varela, Rick Perry Masonry, and Murdoch Racing Enterprises, MRE. Those are the sponsors who got together and pooled their money to make it possible to do the live feed with Motormania TV. Big thanks to them so that our friends across the pond and all across the USA will have an opportunity to see this event live. Matt Smith, not the Matt Smith Pro Stock, but the Matt Smith Sportsman Racer just made his pass down the left lane. The 778 at 138. We have more than one Matt Smith racing this weekend. And the Sportsman bike in the right lane is a roller making his way down on the top end. Hopefully that motorcycle will have enough energy to make it to the first turnoff. And here at South Georgia Motorsports Park, the turnoff on the top end is to the right side of the racetrack. That's the Summit Racing side. You see the track vehicle is out there now, so the assisting four-wheeler is going to help move that bike off as we get down to our final. Got about 10 Sportsman bikes, Sportsman and ET bikes out here right now to run through our test and tune before the track prep begins so we can get to Q1. And Q1 in lane 1, the Vantine Imaging machine, Vantine Nitro Sports, Dave Vantine has got his bike up there in lane 1. You'll see Larry McBride shortly, and also Sam Wills is making his bike and his team's way up there in lane 1. Mitch Brown will not be able to make this call. I'll tell you about that in a minute once his bike's clear. Weeks Racing. What a beautiful motorcycle. Look at that beautiful machine in the right lane making his way out there. Donnie Hoffman here with his live wire. There's trouble. Yes, the electric Harley Davidson motorcycle, the live wire, is here. And I'll bet Donnie will race that monster this weekend. He's been beating it up a lot this year, having some fun with it. And it's pretty impressive. It's won races already, set records already. There will come a day when you see electric drag bikes as a class of racing. Not today, but you will see it one day, for sure. Weeks Racing, 040 reaction time on that, and he's off like a shot. Making his way down the track. 8:52, coasting 108 on the mile an hour on that. We're down to a half a dozen motorcycles right now in our test and tune. Beautiful Sportsman bar bike out there getting ready to stage in the right lane. Just roll past Tim Haley. That is Tim Haley of Eat My Ink fame. Mr. Tim in the house. Cycle Drag Jack Carpella on the left side. JT Norton out there from dragbike.com. Great to have the coverage. Thank you all. All right. Big shout out to our sponsors. A big thank you to all of them who make this possible this weekend. A big thank you to Hawaii Racing for sponsoring Pure Fuel, APE for sponsoring Pro Street, Shinko WPS, Real Street sponsors, Nitrous Express, Pro Open, Growth's Drag Bikes, Growth's Ultra 460 class, Star Racing, George and Jackie, we love you. We love you. Star Racing has recently relocated. George and Jackie have announced their official retirement. They have moved on to Tennessee. George will still be doing some building, some testing, and some custom work, but mostly at his leisure. He is in retirement now, and he is very happy and at peace with that. What a great career he has had. There's some stories there to be told, I tell you. Moving down the sponsor list, Schnitz Racing. Dave Schnitz is here with us today. He'll be with us all weekend. MRE, of course, Gay Reagan's operation. That's Murdoch Race Engineering. PR Factory Store, MTC Engineering, Eric Hochstetler, and all of MTC. They are here on the Midway right now and can answer your clutch questions. Worldwide Bearings, Wiseco is here. JE Pistons all set up over there with the fastest pistons in the world. D&G Chassis, MPS Racing, Liska Racing, sponsoring Liska Racing Street ET, Dunnigan Racing. A big shout out to the Dunnigan family. Wish you were here. We miss you. We hope you're well. Improving. Exotic Cycle, Roaring Toys, DME Racing, Mickey Thompson, Fast by Gas, the Man Hill Garage, been with us every year, Kibblewhite Precision Machine, Cometech Gaskets, Advanced Sleeve, Webcam, McKinney Motorsports, Scott McKinney, thank you, thank you, thank you. Rob Bush, again, I can't thank you enough for your support, Mr. Bush, and Monster Race Products. Well done, Mitch Brown and company. Talk a little more about the Mitch Brown bike a bit. That's actually Dennis Bradley's motorcycle. Mitch Brown is the pilot. Johnny Red Ray is down there from Powder Tech Services helping out with some tuning this weekend. Lots of sponsors, lots of support from the sport, and that's what we need. That's what makes it all come together. Teamwork makes the dream work. We all know this. Enough with the cliches. Let's get some racing done here. We are down to our last half a dozen, more like 5 drag bikes. And we will get them down this racetrack, and I'll get you queued up on who's doing what out there as our machines are pulling into the lanes, getting ready to run. All right, down to 3 bikes at our Sportsman Test and Tune session. We're getting ready to wrap it up. We'll send this pair down, then we got a solo in the left lane. And once it quiets down a little bit, my voice level can drop and we can get on with things here. I'll tell you about the teams that are lining up out there. I see Preston Bartlett, long and short racing. Getting ready to get things ready for Walter. Walter Holonsky's out there on the starting line examining the left lane. I think that's where he's going to make his hit this time. He made a test pass earlier in the right lane. Carried that front wheel all the way out to 330 and set it down. So that looked good. We'll see more of that action. Always ready for Nitro Harleys. Always ready for Nitro Harleys. And that's our final pair of Sportsman Test and Tune bikes. We have one more Test and Tune bike, and that's leaving the starting line now. That bike is going to get down the racetrack without issues. A welcome sight indeed. Okay, we got that squared away. As you know, when it comes to motorcycle drag racing, here in the corner of the tower on the announcing, Grand Central Station, I need to click that mic off and conduct business as necessary from time to time. I apologize for the dead air, but nevertheless, it is part of the program that we deal with these things, and very necessary indeed. Here at the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco at South Georgia Motorsports Park, we are coming up on Q1. And let's talk about that. Q1 will commence with the following run order. Top Fuel will be first out, followed by whatever motorcycles we have in the following categories. Top Fuel Twin, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, J&E Piston Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open, Robert Tull Pro Stock, APE Pro Street, Shinko WPS Real Street. Those are our professional classes, and as those motorcycles work their way through the program, once they have completed their Q1 run, we'll move on to Grudge. Any Grudge bikes we have will make a run. We may have some Test and Tune bikes that need to wrap up that were in the lane, so we've got to get them through tonight, and then we will commence with Sportsman Q1, and the following order to Sportsman Q1 is going to be Ultra 460, Growth is Ultra 460, you're going to be in lane 1. Super Comp, you will be in lane 2. Super Eliminator will be in 3. Street Fighter, you will go to lane 4. And Top Gas, you will roll out of lane 5. Those are the lane assignments. When you are called, I am making the official call now for our pro categories. All the pro bikes should be up. Top Fuel for lane 1. Top Fuel Twin 2. Hawaii Racing 3. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel lane 3. J&E Piston Pro Mods lane 4, Nitrous Express Pro Open out of lane 5, Robert Tull Pro Stock out of lane 6, APE Pro Street Bikes lane 7, and Shinko WPS Real Street lane 8. Lane assignments, and I'll run down it again for my sportsman guys. When I do call you, I'm not calling you now, but again, Ultra 460, you're going to be in 1, Super Comp 2, Super Elim 3, Street Fighter 4, and Top Gas in 5. So, when we get to that point, that's how that will go down. Until that time, I'll tell you a little bit about what we got out here in the lanes and who's not in the lanes. Mitch Brown and his team. Mitch Brown is the pilot for the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel team, and he would love to be out here in the lanes right now. But on the last pass, rear wheel just locked up, and of course that's a transmission issue. And they went in to see if it was a sprag or whatever the case may be, and it is not a sprag, but whatever it is, it necessitates the tranny being pulled out. So their test pass this afternoon was such that the bike got injured, and they are going to have to go in and do whatever is necessary to correct that problem, which is very, very important, because in terms of points, and it is very important. I'm going to pull out the points right now for Man Cup coming into this event. And let's break down all the points. Top Fuel leading in points is Mitch Brown with 99 points. Now, this being the World Finals, Man Cup's rules, you are going to make it? Oh, look at that. All right, I got the good word. Johnny Red Ray just helped me out. And the good word is they were able to swap things out and get the bike up. So Mitch Brown is going to make this run. And again, why it's so important is that when it comes to points with Man Cup, you have to understand that with a 5-race season, if at any point in the season a race does not happen because it gets rained out or for whatever reason an event is not held, if we have an abbreviated season, this means automatically that the end of the year event will default into double points. So this is a double points race. And right now, even though Mitch is in first place, he's still got to contend with Larry and all the rest of them in the points race. And Larry is up there ready to run. Dave Vantine's ready to run. Sam Wills is ready to go. Sam laid down a 6:15 at 2:18 earlier. Now, Sam is certainly ready to go out there and snap the throttle open. And we're going to see some very good action there in Top Fuel. Chris Hannon, the Redneck Express, are not in the house. We wish them well and hope to see them again soon. We are looking at a tough field in Top Fuel for sure. All right. Moving on from Top Fuel into Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Walter Holonsky is down there. He made a good pass earlier. I know David Larson is in the house. I saw him make a pass earlier. I don't know how many other Pro Fuel bikes we've got out there. I can't see them in the lanes at this time. We'll see who comes up and who's ready for Q1 in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. JE Piston Pro Mod. Paul Gass is number 1 in points. Jeff House has got 124 points. Terry Wynn, 88. Ashley Owen, 77. Eric McKinney, 56. And all of those racers are here and in the house ready to compete this weekend. All ready to rock and roll. Nitrous Express Pro Open. Shane Epper-Jesse has 217 points. Rob Garcia, 134. Mark Rendeluck, 134. They are tied. And Keith Brown was 68. Now, I was talking with Keith Brown earlier, and that incredible Turbo Harley of Brown Racing, drag racing gods of speed caught up with it at the last event. And the bottom line is Keith Brown is here, but the bike isn't. And that's just racing. That's just the way it goes. They wish it was here. They wish they could continue their points race chase, but that's not to be this year. Hoping for better next year. And APE Pro Street, Rocky Tinker is leading in Pro Street. In Shinko WFS Real Street, Mark Hilton is leading in points. Spencer Claycomb earlier, his Real Street bike. Our record in Real Street is Jeremy Teasley, 759 with a 2 at 190. That was set last year at the World Finals. That's 759. That number's in trouble. That number is in trouble. Spencer Claycomb laid down a 755 test pass earlier. If he can replicate that or step it up just a bit, it's going to be the new record holder of that. However, that was a test pass and almost doesn't count in racing. So hopefully he can run that number. Our best luck. All the teams trying to run that number. We'll see what comes out. Talking about points, Growth's drag bike Ultra 460 class, Chad Otts is leading in points with 151. John Schwartz, 119 points. Hollywood Broderick Jackson with 116 points, and Tim Shelton with 102. Those are your 5 top leaders in points with Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460 class. Star Power, we've been calling it Star Power, but now it's back to Star Racing once again. George and Jackie, we love you. All right, Star Racing Top Cast class. Craig Adams with 116 points. Robin Procopio with 107. Robin is here. Pete Chongris with 90. Pete Chongris is here. Alan Fields with 86. Alan is here. We're going to see some serious headbutt top cats. We're going to have great racing all the way across the board. No question about it. Throughout the event. MTC Supercomp. Matt Smith, 155 points. Carlos Testa, 149. Tommy Guzin, 125 points. And Jason Heron with 114. I believe each of those racers is here and has been tested. Wiseco Street Fighter, Tyler Fisher, who's been burning up this year. 107 points, tied with Pablo Gonzalez, who also has 107 points. Jim Swanger, 86. Jason Heron, 83. We got us a dogfight and Street Fighter. MPS Pro ET with 10K on the line this weekend. Pablo Gonzalez with 174 points. Alexis Baker, 148 points. And ABB is here. She's ready to race, as well as Craig Adams with 135 points. Mark Colson with 129 points. That's going to be tight racing. Liska Racing Street ET, Ken Kobe, number 1 in points right now with 180 points. Patrick Vaughn, 164. Rick McWaters with 148. Jerry Vaughn, 147 points. That will be tight. Vance and Hines Race Shop sponsored V-Twin Racing. Ken Kobe with 203 points. He's leading in 2 classes, Ken Kobe. He's leading in Liska Racing Street ET with 180. He's leading in Vance and Hines Race Shop V-Twin with 203. Followed by Rick McWaters with 164, John Ard, 150, Brian Peterson with 95. Ken Kobe, 53 years old from Ohio. He frequently races and competes on a long bike. I have seen him win national events more than once with a chopper. It is so cool to see that. A big congratulations and a hat off to Mr. Kobe for his very accurate ET racing with a chopper. Fantastic. Fantastic. So we're going to see a lot of him this weekend. He was up here in that tower just earlier. I'm looking at his profile here. Something we will do this weekend, and you will see it on Motormania TV. We will salute our 2019 champions from last year. And we'll run down our championship list right now. Our champions 2019, Larry McBride in Top Fuel. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel 2019 champion is Mr. Preston Bartlett. J&E Pistons Pro Mod champion Paul Gast. Nitrous Express Pro Open Gene Gosselin. Gene is probably listening from Canada, and I know he would love to be here. Gene, if you did make it and you suddenly surprised me, please come on up and surprise me here in the tower. Love to see you, sir. That smiling face, you're a great racer, and we're glad to have you as a champion. You won it all in Nitrous Express Pro Open in 2019. APE Pro Street champion Chris Edwards. Shinko WPS Real Street champion last year Mark Hilton. Growth is Ultra 460 champion Tony Mullen. The Mullen Brothers Racing. Their legacy and their legend is going to live on a long time. Those two guys, they are twins in more ways than one. They're both committed, fantastic racers who put their heart and soul into what they do. And when they're out there, you're in trouble. They won year after year after year. Fantastic, these guys. We'll miss them, but they're great racers. And 460 is open for Chad Otts right now, leading in points. He's going to be tough to unseat. John Schwartz, Broderick Jackson, Tilton Selton are going to try to do that. But hats off to our 2019 champion, Mr. Tony Mullen. MTC Supercomp champion, Spencer Clayco. Colorful character in many ways. We're going to see more of him. Super Eliminator, Rick Stenard, winner last year. In Wiseco Street Fighter, the winner, Pablo Gonzalez. Federico and Pablo Gonzalez not only won championship in Wiseco Street Fighter, who's also champion in Liska Racing Street ET. He won 2 classes with Man Cup last year. Star Power Top Gas, Ricardo Marte, our 2019 champion. MPS Pro ET 2019 champion, Gary Russell from Vermont. He raced so hard, and it is so hard to win in Pro ET. Those guys race within thousandths of a second every time. It's as tough as Pro Stock. But, of course, on a different level, in a different bikes, so many different combinations, which, of course, adds to the mix. That, again, when it comes to Pro ET, when you got to run 7, 8 rounds of racing in one day, sometimes even more than that, well, that really stretches things out. Yet, Gary Russell did win it all, and he really worked for it. And Vance Hoodishaw, the winner from 2019 in Vance and Hines Racing V-Twin. Vance has been the man at least the last 3-4 years that I can recall. And when he's out there, he is so intense, so hard to beat, and he makes it exactly that way. And that's how it should be. If it was easy, anybody could do it. Let me tell you what's not easy. Top Fuel motorcycle. We are getting ready to run right now. We're going to unleash the beast. Mr. McBride is preparing to throw his leg over the TrimTech sponsored bike and take that Top Fuel machine, the full 1320. It'll behave itself. He'll keep that throttle to the stops. You'll see flames coming out the back. Many of the Top Fuel bikes now all have the exhaust exiting right behind the pilot's seat. That way it exhibits downforce on the motorcycle. They also have tilted the pipes back about 45 degrees, maybe 47 degrees, so that the downforce from the pipes is also exhibiting a bit of thrust, forward thrust to the bike. These Top Fuel motorcycles are absolutely amazing. Dave Vantine is seated on his motorcycle right now. Larry is seated on his. And Mitch and Sam will be coming out next as we continue on with our Top Fuel program. Out on the 1320, there's a final spray going down right now, but I'll take a few minutes to tell you about the Top Fuel bikes while it's quiet and you can hear me. A couple of years ago when Larry went 255 miles an hour, and the record's 260 now, and Larry has gone as fast as 264. Let's take a look at the official record. I'm going to pull that out right now while we're talking about it. National record in Top Fuel with Man Cup right now is 5.60 with a 7, 263.10. Larry McBride is the man that ran those numbers. When the number was 255, I took the weight of that motorcycle, and of course we know the speed and distance time, and I sent those to an engineer who I know knows his stuff. And I said, okay, the bike covered this distance in that amount of time, and it has this much weight. How much horsepower does it take to make the motorcycle do that and cover that mile an hour that quickly? And the answer came back. The bottom line is it takes over 1,500, closer to 1,600 horsepower to put that much mile an hour up there in that amount of time. Mr. McBride's motorcycle definitely generates in excess of 1,500 horsepower. There's a 4-cylinder Puma engine in that bike, and there's a 4-cylinder Puma in Dave Vantine's bike. And if you were to look at the GOAT list, the greatest runs of all time in Top Fuel motorcycle, if you look at the GOAT list, Larry McBride, 550 with a 264. Mr. Flying Phil from Greece, 566 on the Gulf Oil bike. Peter Spenson, a 570. Dave Vantine, 571. Corey Hogan's 578. Those are the 5 quickest elapsed times in the history of Top Fuel motorcycle drag racing. All those runs, except one, were made with a Puma power plant. Only the Svenson's bike, which they made, designed, and built completely themselves, and that's their own 4-cylinder combination in there. The rest of them, those are all Puma engines. Amazing job what Mr. Davis and what Mr. Ian King have put together. Amazing what Puma has done over the decades now for Top Fuel motorcycles. Big hats off to them. Legends in the sport, legendary motor. We've got a billet version of the Puma on display down at the Man Cup registration trailer right now. If you get down there to registration, that big beautiful piece of hardware sitting there all silver and shiny, that's a Puma. That's the motorcycle engine that's in Larry's bike and Dave's and Sam's and Mitch Brown. I am so happy to hear Mr. Brown and his team were able to make whatever changes they needed to get that tranny up, maybe get another one in there. That's fantastic, because I was down there not 20 minutes ago, and that thing was still all apart. Yet here they are in the lanes. Those are drag racers, baby. Never say never. Glad to see they made it. All right, out on the racetrack, the spraying is completed and the sprayer is put away. Tire rotator is out there making passes right now, burnishing the racetrack, getting it ready so these guys can go out there and let it all hang loose. See if they can put the power to the pavement. In drag racing, it's all about the combination. It is all about the combination. Right amount of fuel, right amount of spark, right amount of advance. You got to have traction, but you can't have too much. And really, that makes a difference. We've seen the racetrack so sticky they can't push the bikes back, and that's not okay. So there is such a thing as too much. You've got to have a certain amount of slippage to make it work. Speaking of amazing Top Fuel motorcycles, down at Man Cup's registration tent, Bob Davis's triple is down there. A triple engine Kawasaki Top Fuel bike, vintage 1975, 1976. Back in the days when doubles and triples ruled the roost. And of course, T.C. Christensen and the Hog Slayer with that double engine Norton, they taught everybody what doubles were all about. That was a fantastic bike. Danny Johnson and his Goliath, his double engine Harley. Marion Owens with his. Elmer with his double. We've seen some amazing performances out of the multi-engine machines. But that was yesterday. That was yesterday. Ron Thiessen changed the rest of that. Ronnie Thiessen and Jim Bernard with their single-engine Honda with a single supercharger and fuel injection. That just changed the whole world. That bike was a monster. And once they realized that a single engine with nitro and a blower was the way to go, that signaled the end of the doubles and triples. They were all done by 1980. And the bike that really changed it in 1980 was the Terminal Van Lines bike, which was a step ahead of the Thiessen and Bernard machine. Man who owned a shipping company called Terminal Van Lines, Mr. Mike Gray. Mike Gray took a liking to Top Fuel, and he teamed up with Mike Murdoch, Murdoch Racing Engineering, MRE. And Mike Gray and Mike Murdoch decided they were going to go Top Fuel Racing, and they bought Sam Will's B-Fuel Kawasaki dragster. Someone posted a question on the internet recently about didn't Terminal Van Line sponsor a funny bike at one time? Well, kind of. What they did was they bought Sam Will's B-Fuel Kawasaki, and they were building a Top Fuel bike with it, but they did a lot of experimenting when they first bought Sam's bike. They tried straight nitro injected. They tried nitro injected with nitrous oxide, which was a really bad idea. And that was a very short-lived experiment. But they experimented with all that stuff before they went to the supercharger. It took them a while to get the right kind of supercharger that would live. But once they did, oh boy, Terminal Van Lines bike, 7.0 Bow back in 1980. That ended it all. All of these motorcycles you see today are descended from Bo's bike, which is really the brainchild of Mike Gray and Dan Childs and Sam Wills. So many brilliant minds went into that bike. They all run side plates today that support the motors. That's exactly what they did with Mike Gray's bike, with the Terminal Van Lines bike. You can see the Terminal Van Lines bike down at Don Garlett's museum. When you get down to the museum and you enter the exhibit, first bike on the left, that's the TVL bike. That was Sam's old bike. How about some new bikes? How about some horsepower? How about top fuel? How about right now? Yes, those giant angry bee sounds you're hearing. Yeah, there it is. That is Dave Vantine in the right lane and Larry McBride in the left, bringing top fuel thunder your way. This is Q1 with the Man Cup Fuel Tech World Finals. And it is time to get it on. Dave's waiting on Larry, but not long. Yes. Yes. You'll notice that both motorcycles sound very distinctively different. And that is exactly how it's supposed to be. Dave Vantine and the Vantine Power Sports, that motorcycle's tune-up combination is radically different from Larry's. Larry runs a combination with his fuel pump and his ignition system that is unique only to his bike. No other top fuel bike runs that combination. Larry and Stevie have been working with some NHRA tuning aces from other classes who've given him some advice. And Larry's tune-up more closely mirrors NHRA top fuel and funny car type. So it sounds completely different. All right, Vantine is ready to stage, so is Larry, and this is going to happen quickly. Pay close attention, we'll have a test later. All right, Dave Vantine pulling the bike up on the right side. Larry ready to go. The student and the master, they're now racers in their own rights, absolutely both of them. Dave Vantine has done a great job in top fuel. Q1, these numbers count, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. There they go. Flames all the way down. Larry corrects, straightens that bike out. 385 at 191 in the eighth. Larry McBride, 584 at 245 and a 599 at 246 for Dave Vantine. How about that? A pair of fives right out of the gate. We ain't messing around. Outstanding runs by both racers. McBride with a 584 at 245 miles an hour. Dave Vantine, 599, 246. There's your number one and number two qualifiers so far. I see Rocky Jackson out there shaking hands. All right, we've got some big tire bikes entered into top fuel this weekend. Mike Chongris, with his big tire bike, entered into top fuel. Chongris is in the right lane. I'm fixated on the racing, and there they go. Chongris, 115, 111 short time. Up on the big end, top fuel numbers 630 at 193 from Mike Chongris. Outstanding run. Checking my numbers here, see if I can find. Rob Garcia is in the other lane. That's who 480 is, Rob Garcia. So Rob Garcia and Mike Chongris are entered into top fuel. And Terry Schweigert is about to make a pass. He appears to be entered in Top Fuel as well. Hence the confusion, but nevertheless. Terry Schweigert's getting ready to run. And in the right lane, Mitch Brown is getting ready to run. We'll get him out there. All right. Hand notation. I'll be able to work with that later. Track service vehicle is out there checking the racetrack out at about 1,000 foot. Right at the 1,000-foot cone. Taking a good look at the left lane. Rob Garcia's lane. Chongris was in the right on that one. Dennis Bradley Racing Top Fuel motorcycle, piloted by Mitch Brown, is in the right lane in the water box. Now, because his bike takes a while to get down track to the burnout and then be pushed back, he's going to do his thing first. And then while that bike is being pushed back, that's probably when you're going to see Terry Schweigert fire up. Laurie Callahan is down there ready to fire up Rob. The supporting cast of characters down there. Chris Garner-Jones and company. Waiting to get the all clear on the top end so we can fire up this fuel bike and get him down here doing his burnout. Rich Brown in the driver's seat waiting patiently for the call. Track officials are attending whatever needs to be attended down there. We're going to carry on with our program here on the starting line. And as I look down here, I see Walter Holonsky seated on the Pro Fuel bike with Preston Bartlett. They trade back and forth in their racing endeavors. Preston was racing this year with a different sanction other than Man Cup. He's already won consecutive Man Cup #1 plates back to back to back, so Preston's satisfied there. So now Walter is racing the Man Cup Series. And Preston is doing the tuning while they're here. And then when they race with another sanction, Preston races there. Jim Martin is right behind them, and Jim Martin is currently leading in points with Man Cup Pro Fuel. Jim is ready to defend his title. I did see the Larson Motorsports Pro Fuel bike earlier. I don't see it in the lanes at this time. Hopefully he'll make the call for the run. Oh, there he is. There's Rocky Jackson. Larson's over on the other side. I just couldn't see him. I see you, buddy. I just couldn't see him through the crowd, but now I got him. He's over there with the Rockstone. It's always good to see Rocky Jackson in the house. Rocky is a show all by himself. We love that man. And he's a former Man Cup champion himself. More than once, I might add. Yes. All right, so our Hawaii Pro Fuel bikes are looking pretty cool out there. And we'll move down to ProMod. Pearl Gast has his bike right up front proper. Paul likes things exactly right. And, well, he should. He should be exacting when it comes to racing these monsters. Paul will come out, make sure the water box is clean. Want anything on his tire that doesn't belong there. Very meticulous about these things. Then again, that's why he's a champion. And he was a champion the year before that, too. Always up there in points. I want to see that 399 get knocked down this year in ProMod, and I guarantee you it's going to happen. We have the air, we have the track conditions, we've got the temps. The combination is here, and it's all about the combination in motorcycle drag racing. So I believe we'll see that 399 fall in ProMod. Nitrous Express will certainly be excited about the results of Pro Open, too. We've got some big Pro Open bikes here. We'll see who steps up. Mark Rendelock and Chris Weidman have been working very hard in their program, and they've certainly put a lot of work and effort into it, and I expect to see them rewarded with some big numbers. In APE Pro Street, Chris Edwards leading in points. He's certainly going to have his hands full this weekend with Ryan Hobble and Frankie Stotts. And I can't remember all the other Pro Street bikes I did see earlier, but we do have a good crew of them. We'll see who's ready for Q1 and comes out for Q1. So APE Pro Street will be interesting. In Pro Stock Motorcycle, this is our first year of having Pro Stock Motorcycle racing with Man Cup as a class in our World Finals. Tell you a little bit about that. The Robert A. Tull Plumbing and Contracting stepped up to sponsor the class. And we have in the house right now at this time, we have Matt Smith and his wife Angie. So Matt Smith Racing is in the house, and they are certainly ready to go. Matt laid down quite a number earlier. I'm not going to tell you what it was, but just pay attention when Matt Smith runs. You'll see. He'll teach you. He'll school you. He's going to school everybody. Charlie Posky is here as well. Steve Johnson is here. John Hall is here, ready to race. Ryan Oler is here, old Flying Ryan himself. Mark Ingersman, Jerry Savoy, Greg Underdahl, Chris Bosnick, Dave Barrow. So we got a bunch. We definitely have a full field of Pro Stock motorcycles ready to go out there and get at it. For those of you who want to win some swag, if you make your way down to the Matt Smith Racing trailer, if you buy a t-shirt, it will automatically enter you into a contest, and you could win some really cool swag. You could end up with a Denso hat, Worldwide Bearings hat, Denso face mask, a cooler. There's lots of cool things you could win if you just go down to the Matt Smith Racing trailer, buy a t-shirt. It's automatically going to enter you into the contest. Find it on Facebook. You can also find it on Instagram. Contact Matt and Angie. They will take care of you on that, square you away, enter the contest and win. Okay, Pro Stock bike is looking good. Looking great, really. Talk about Pro Street. And then Real Street, Mark Hilton's leading in points, but he's definitely going to have his hands full with Spencer Claycomb, who's already exceeded the ET record. That was unofficial because it was a test hit. But Spencer has been here since Wednesday. So he tested on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday. He's throwing the kitchen sink at that bike. He wants that number. He wants that record. He is out for it. Who dares wins, baby. Just ask the SAS. Thank God for the British and all they brought to us. Where would we be without them? All right. Fire up signal has been given. Chief starter is calling to the racers. And Mitch Brown has flipped the switch and spun it over. And you are hearing Top Fuel Motorcycle. Terry Schweigert. You're used to seeing him in Pro Motor, Pro Express. Terry is entered in Top Fuel. This is part of the Top Fuel field right now. Mitch Brown will do his burnout while he's backing up. There you go. Burnout by Mitch Brown on the Dennis Bradley Top Fuel motorcycle. Now Terry Schweigert will perform his burnout. Of course, he's going to have to start the bike to do that. There he goes. It came to life this time. He looked a little worried for a moment there, but the bike has come to life. Now Mitch is being backed up, so now Terry's going to do his burnout. It takes so long for the Top Fuel bike to do the burnout and be backed up. When you got a turbo bike like Terry's. There it is. Now they're both ready to stage. They're doing the dance. Mitch Brown in the right lane, Terry Schweigert left lane. They've had a little gremlin in the system on the Mitch Brown bike that they've been chasing all year. One cylinder likes to go out early. If they can keep all 4 candles lit, they'll really run a number. They've been under 4.0. And something just came off Mitch Brown's bike. So Terry Schweigert is going to single. Schweigert in the beams, and here he goes on a solo. And he is away clean. Schweigert goes down that racetrack hot, straight and true with a 632, 183 miles an hour. A component of some sort came off of Mitch's bike and went rumbling across the racetrack. One of the teammates went down there and just picked it up. Looks like a pulley of some sort. So they'll bring that motorcycle back down into the pits, find out what went wrong with that, square the bike away, and they'll be ready tomorrow for sure. Terry Schweigert, in the meantime, putting that 630 up there. That 632 puts him in the number 4 qualifier position right ahead of Rob Garcia. Big tire bikes are making big power, and they're proving their worth here in Top Fuel. Now we're going to have the same setup again as Mr. Saxon has his big tire bike in the right lane. You'd normally find him in Pro Mod or Pro Extreme, but he is entered in Top Fuels, and Saxon is now in the right lane, and Sam Wills is in the left lane. Sam put down a very stout 615 at 218 earlier in testing. So Sam and the crew are pretty confident in their bike, and they've been able to run earlier this year. They were at Throwdown at T-Town, made some runs out of Tulsa. Mr. Saxon does his burnout. It appears he's about to run solo at the moment. Bill Vose assisting with the bike. Saxon in the hot seat. Looks behind him to check and make sure that he's lined up properly. Bill Vose is giving him hand signals, letting him know exactly where he needs to be. All right, Saxon is now pre-staged, all the way in. And he is out of here, carrying that front tire high at the 330 mark, sets it back down, goes straight, 697 with a 156. All of the Top Fuel entries are in the 6s. Always a good sign. And Sam Wills is getting the fire up. Johnny Red Ray of Powder Tech Services in the left lane, taking a few snaps. Out there with Tim Haley and company. As Sam Wills, behind the bars, making that 4-cylinder sing. Sam been racing a Top Fuel, Pam been racing fuel bikes literally since 1975. Probably 74 season was his first with fuel. It was pretty impressive considering he started with a KZ street bike in 1971. Yeah, steps right into it. Nice stout burnout. That sounded beautiful. That's exactly what Sam's motorcycle was supposed to sound like. Sam's crew pushing hard on that bike to get it back. And they push him right back in his tire track so that it's aligned exactly the way he needs it to be. Getting ready to get into the water. The next 2 bikes out will be Pro Fuel motorcycles. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Rocky Jackson is going to be in the left lane. Walter Holonsky will be in the right. They are queued up in the water, well, ready to go into the water. They're on the ready line right now. Get the bikes up on the work stands. And we got a competition single qualifying run going to be made right now by Sam Wills of Edmond, Oklahoma. Innovative chassis bike built entirely by Sam Wills. He's built many Top Fuel bikes over the decades. He's still at it. God bless him. Sam straightens it out, and he's on a good lap. Candles lit all the way. 634 at 192 miles an hour. Those candles stayed lit the whole length of the racetrack. I envy the photographers. They got some good shots on that one. We got a nice dark overcast sky at the moment. So they're able to get some good shots on that. Sam Wills will be now sitting in the number 5 spot. Larry McBride with a 584, Dave Vantine 599, Mike Chongra 630, Terry Schweigert with a 32, Sam Wills with a 34, Rob Garcia with a 37. Those are our 7 entries. Saxon final number there is 697. Those are your 7 entries in Top Fuel. On to Pro Fuel class. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel now coming your way. Hearing that magnificent thumping from Harley. Harley Davidson powered Pro Fuel motorcycles. Ladies and gentlemen, 120 cubic inches with a single carburetor that is mandated. No transmission. These bikes are direct drive. Stab and steer, that's what you're going to see. Walter Holonsky in the right lane. Rocky Jackson from Louisiana in the left. Rocky really out front and rock and rolling in that left lane. Rocky Jackson with 760 at 162. Walter Holonsky with a 791, 169. Rocky had a 233 reaction time on that. So he got out on Walter. And it looked like he buried him by a bike lane. Attention sportsman racers. 460, Grothus Ultra 460, Q1 to lane 1 now. MTC Supercomp to lane 2 now, please. Time to start loading up our sportsman bikes. 460 to lane 1. MTC Supercomp to lane 2, please. Larson Motorsports in the left lane. David A. Larson behind the bars. Jim Martin on the right side. Sportsman racers, we're going to load up all our sportsman classes. Jim Martin making big noise in the right lane. Larson left side. Attention in the pits, sportsman racers. Grothus Ultra 460 to lane 1. MTC Supercomp to lane 2. Super Eliminator, you are on deck for lane 3. I'm going to call you right now. Super Eliminator to lane 3, please. Lane 3 is open. Let's put it to work. All 3. 460 to lane 1. Supercomp lane 2. Pro Fuel bikes rocking down that racetrack. Larson left side. 745 for David Larson, 742 for Jim Martin. That looks good. That looks good. That takes care of that class. So that is our 4 entries in Pro Fuel. Pro Mod getting ready to run next. J&E Pistons Pro Mod in the water. Paul Gast right lane, Jeff House in the left. And they are 1 and 2 in points right now. These guys are going to be at each other all weekend. All weekend. Sportsman Racers, I need you to the lanes. Growth is Ultra 460 to lane 1. MTC Super Comp, lane 2. Super Eliminator to lane 3, please, now. Paul Gast, right lane. 2 years in a row, champ here with Man Cup. Jeff House in the left lane from Texas. Keller, Texas, that is. And Jeff House has really, really been fighting hard for years. Years. He's dying to get this thing in the winner's circle. And has been doing a great job of racing this motorcycle. He could not have a tougher class to race in. Anytime you got to face Paul Gast, you got your hands. Paul doesn't make mistakes. Makes history. Paul Gast in the right lane out of Grand Island, New York. 0:25 reaction time, but wow. Wow. 399 with a 3 for Paul Gast. He hasn't made one test hit all 4 days he's been here. Comes right out of the box with a 399. Hello. Who's bad? Paul Gast is bad. Jeff House with a 414. A very game number, but you're going to have to run 3s if you want to run with Paul Gast. All right, hitting it very hard out there. Again, Sportsman Races, I need you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3. 460 Super Comp and Super Eliminator, all 3 lanes. Fill them up, please. All right, all of my pros should already be in the lanes. They've been called many times. My Pro Stock bikes, Pro Open, Pro Street, Real Street, you must be in your lanes now. J&E Pistons Pro Mod is rolling out of 4, Pro Open in 5, Pro Stock in lane 6, Pro Street lane 7, Real Street you should be rolling out of lane 8. Robert Tull Pro Stock. Robert Tull sponsored Pro Stock class. You should be in lane 6. APE Pro Street, you should be in lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street, you should be in lane 8. All of my pro category bikes, you should all be in the lanes. This is Pro Q1. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 should be open and therefore filled with the Sportsman bikes, which is exactly what we're doing. 460 is in lane 1, Super Comp in lane 2, and Super Eliminator to lane 3. We're filling you in right behind the pros. It's the way we run the program every race. All right, Rick Perry and JP Maddox. JP in the left lane. Rick Perry out of Clearwater, Florida on the right. Perry carrying that front wheel beautifully, goes 410 at 173. Maddox 420 at 169. So Paul Gast is in the number 1 spot with a 399. Rick Perry with a 410. Jeff House with a 414. And JP with a 420. Connell Smith and Terry Wynn next. Terry Wynn out of Jacksonville, Florida on a 2013 Busa in the right lane. Cornell Smith with an 06 Kawasaki body on his Pro Mod in the left lane. I am ever so thrilled with these bikes, and I'll tell you why. They're racing 8th mile. 6-speed transmissions. They got to fit 5 shifts in like 3.9 seconds. How in the world do you do that? That 1-2 shift comes up in less than 1 second. And the moment they launch, they got a shift. That just amazes me to no end. Keith Brown, you need a Pro Mod, dude. We need you out there. All right, Terry Wynn, light lane from Jacksonville, Florida. There he goes. Cornell Smith really ripping it. Both bikes so quick. 4:15 for Terry Wynn at 170. 4:22 for Cornell Smith. Just a 1/10 of a second off of Terry Wynn's pace. So Terry Wynn goes to the number 4 spot. Cornell Smith goes to the number 6 qualifying position as the next pair of bikes gets ready. And watch out. Jones Racing in the house. Chris Garner-Jones is in the right lane. And the left lane, I can't see the name of the letters at this time, but I will tell you about Chris Garner-Jones. And I have a habit of calling him 4-0 Jones because he is. And they're just consistent 4-0s all the time. He made 2 test hits, both of them 4-0s. So watch out. All right, back to the action. Chris Garner-Jones staging very carefully in the right. Competitor 232 in the left lane. The only information I have at this time. Mr. Lemon's getting ready to run next. Got his bike in the water. Pro Mods lined up behind this. Always an interesting field of motorcycles. 0:45 reaction time for Chris Garner-Jones. He goes 4-0 again. 3 consecutive 4-0 passes for CGJ. Mr. Garner-Jones 4:07 at 165 and a 5-0 by the bike in the left lane. Chris Garner-Jones goes to the number 2 qualifying position right behind Paul Gass. Mr. Gass with a 399 with a 3, a 4:07 with a 7 for CGJ. Rick Perry 4:10, Jeff House 4:14, Terry Wynn 4:15, JP Maddox 4:20, Cornell Smith with a 4:22, and the 5-0 for competitor 232. We are continuing on with JE Pistons Pro Mod. Qualifying, Q1. Sportsman Racers. Growthers Ultra 460 to 1. Growthers Ultra 460 motorcycles to lane 1. MTC Supercomp to lane 2. Super Eliminator, you should be in lane 3. Pro Mod is in 4. Nitrous Express Pro Open will roll out of 5. Robert Tull Pro Stock, you should be in lane 6. APE Pro Street, you should be in lane 7. Shinko WPS Real Street, you should be in lane 8 right now, ready to run. Travis Davis, left lane. Tyrone Lemons, right lane. That's going to make Walt Timberland smile. Never does Mr. Davis run and Mr. Timberland not watch him. Not going to happen. All right, Walt, let's see what he's got. Travis Davis, 0:55 in the reaction time. Lemons with an 0:46. Lemons goes 4:22, 4:08. 171 miles an hour. But Travis Davis So Travis Davis is right behind Chris Garner-Jones. We got a 408 versus a 407. How tight is that for racing? Love this class. More to come. Ashley Owens on the McKinney Motorsports bike in the water in the right lane. And that is Richard Gadsden in the left lane on the Cooper Performance bike. Over there on Jerry Cooper's bike. All right, attention in the house out there on the line. We got to clear the line of people who don't belong out there. You know where you're supposed to be and not supposed to be. We cannot have a crowd of people who are not qualified to be out there. We must clear extraneous folks from the line. That is a safety hazard. You know this. Sportsman Motorcycles, I need you to your appropriate lane assignments. Growth Assault to 460 to lane 1. MTC Supercomp to lane 2. Super Eliminator, I need you in lane 3. Pro Mod is occupying lane 4 right now. As soon as we're done with Pro Mod, we'll fill lane 4 up. Street Fighter, but I am not calling you right now. Street Fighter, you are on deck. You are on deck. This is not your lane call. Until Pro Mod is done, I am not calling you to lane 4. We need to clear what we have here first. Still got a couple Pro Mods to go. Richard Gadsden, Ashley Owens are sitting in the water right now. Looking for the word from the chief starter to get things rolling. Okay. Word to fire up has been given, and Ashley Owens is now ready to do his burnout. And Richard Gadsden. And both bikes execute excellent burnouts. Roll their machines forward. They are ready to rock and roll. Matt Smith of Matt Smith Racing is just out checking the line. Boy, did he run a number earlier. If he runs that again, you're going to hear a lot of chatter about that. One thing I absolutely adore about pro stock motorcycles is, man, can they read a racetrack. Oh, yeah. All right, Pro Mod. Ashley Owens, right lane, 58 reaction, 52 reaction for Richard Gadsden. They zip across the strip, 397. 397 and 176 for Ashley Owens. He gets under the record on his first hit. No test passes, just coming right out of the box. Bam! Bam! 397 with a Ford, 176 miles an hour. Ashley Owens of McKinney Motorsports goes right out there and snaps the national record in JD Pistons Pro Mod right away. That 399 just went out the window. I knew it was going to happen. It happened faster than I thought, but there it is, baby. Read it and weep. 397 with a 4 for Ashley Owens. He is now number 1 qualifier in JD Pistons Pro Mod, and that is a new national record for Man Cup. And a final pass, Mantex Thompson in Pro Mod goes 411 at 171. Completes that. Nats finishes up that round of JD Pistons Pro Mod. So Pro Mod is now in the books, and we move on to Nitrous Express Pro Open. While we're doing that, it's time to fill lane 4 with our next entry of Sportsman racers. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane 4, please. Wiseco Street Fighter, come to lane 4, please. So Nitrous Express Pro Open is going into the water. Robert Tull Pro Stock, you should be in lane 6. APE Pro Street, you should be in lane 7. And Shinko WPS Real Street, you should be in lane 8. And you should all be with your bikes suited up, leathers on, ready to go, because you're coming out right behind Nitrous Express Pro Open, which is in the water, ready to do burnouts now. Dana Delk's beautiful, old, gorgeous Honda is out there right now. Mr. Delk put his heart and soul into that bike, and you can see it. Mr. Delk is 65 years old from Charleston, South Carolina. Former IDBA racer, Pro Gas and Funny Bike. This is a nitrous oxide injected 1252cc Honda 1100F motor. Dana Delk in the right lane, Mark Rendeluck in the left. Rendeluck from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. At the 2019 Pete Brown chassis. Mark has a very signature look to his motorcycles and his leathers, and he continues to carry that forward. And I can see that him and Chris Wedman are continuing to do so, will continue to do so with great pride. They've put a lot of work into their program, and man, that is one bad motorcycle. He's been 650s in testing. I expect a 50 or better now that it's Q1, and they're certainly going to go for that. Ain't nobody holding back now. This is qualifying. Q1 in progress. 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals here with Mancup, Rendeluck, and Delk. Both bikes away quick. Rendeluck with an 050 reaction time. He's out of here like a shot. 6:52.212. That is a good number. He won't be overly pleased with it, but he's not going to be sad about that. Mark and Chris will work very hard on their program, and that 6:52 will work. An 8:51 at 132 for Dana Delk with that Honda CB. And they will prepare themselves for the next round. In the left lane, Mr. Rob Giard of Tennessee, formerly of Massachusetts. Long-time racer, like since the 70s. Delightfully so. Rob's been at it a long time. And he was the first Man Cup Pro Open champion. The very year that Man Cup Pro Open began, I believe that was back in 2015, Rob was the champion that year. In the right lane, Larry Hayes. Ladies and gentlemen, this motorcycle in the right lane, that is a very highly modified 750 Honda motor, believe it or not. I'm chuckling at that because I'm happy about it. Certainly not making fun of it. I love that these bikes have been around so long and are still being raced and adored by these racers. Larry Hayes used to race Top Fuel in the 70s and the 80s. Larry's raced a bit of everything. So has Rob Giarden. And these bikes are just amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, Rob Giard, his combination is that of a classic Kawasaki funny bike. He's got a Puma power plant in there, and his turbocharger, and his 2-speed. And Rob has been something of a adventurer with his bike. Not unlike John Davis back in his days. He's had a power glide in that. He's had a torque converter in it. He's tried all different kinds of combinations. A lot like John Dixon. Very adventurous. Rob Giard out of Gainesboro, Tennessee in the left lane. Larry Hayes, right side. Dothan, Alabama, birthplace of Larry McBride. Larry Hayes. Single overhead cam turbo Honda, right lane. And he's carrying that front wheel high, shifting. The bike is behaving itself. He's on a pretty good lap there for him. 8:30 for Rob Giard at 180 miles an hour, and 8:43 at 149 for Larry Hayes. For that old 750 Honda, considering that motorcycle is a few decades old, that is a very good number for that bike. Very indicative of Top Fuel back in the days, back in the 70s. Those were the kind of numbers they ran back then. 8s just tickling the 7s. Shane Epper-Jesse, racing in Pro Open. Shane is in the left lane. Old Showboat's got his bike in the water right now. And he does showboat. He does some cool burnouts sometimes. But mostly he just goes fast. Real fast. All right, the Epper-Jesse bike out of the Grothus Drag Bikes stable. Pulling up to the line. Shane Epper-Jesse of Lake Dallas, Texas. Grothus Drag Bikes entry. One thing you can always say for the Grothus Drag Bikes entries, they are all gorgeous. Ed Grothus, Bradley Grothus, Brunson Grothus, they do a fantastic job of building these drag bikes. They're light, they're purposeful, and they're beautiful. Great study in minimalism. Nothing on that bike that doesn't need to be there. Epper-Jesse really carrying that front wheel past the 330. Hauls up on the top end, 667 at 153 miles an hour. Shane Epper-Jesse. That's going to put him in a number 2 spot. So Mark Rendeluck with a 652. Shane Epper-Jesse with a 67. Rob Giard with an 830. Larry Hayes, 843. Dana with an 851. And that concludes qualifying in Nitrous Express Pro Open. I see Pro Stock motorcycles rolling into the water right now. Angie Smith in the left lane, her husband Matt Smith lining her up, putting her bike into the water. We are moving on to Pro Stock motorcycle right now. Bostic Racing Pro Stock bike in the right lane. Angie Smith, left lane. Angie is 41 years old from North Carolina. She first made a pass on a Pro Stock bike in 2003. She has won 2 national events, NHRA national events. Her best finish in points is this year. She finished 5th in NHRA Pro Stock bike points. And she is a member of the prestigious Denso 200 mile per hour club. Hector Arana, Matt Smith, Angie Smith, Eddie Krawick, and Scotty Polachek are the 5 members of the Denso Spark Plugs 200 mile an hour club. Top Fuel, we had the MTC 200 mile an hour club. Excuse me, the MTC 5 second club. There was a 200 mile an hour club too, but we'll talk about the MTC 5 second club. Larry was first in the 5s in 2001. Jimmy Brantley in 2005. Tom Perry 2008. Corey Hogan in 2008. Jeff Pollard in 2009. Chris Hand in 2013. In the final spot in the MTC 5 second club, Ian King in 2014. Speaking of Mr. King and our contingent from across the pond, it grieves us very much here that we don't have you here. I know you want to be here. We miss you all, but COVID being what it is, travel restrictions being what they are, there are so many complications with that right now. I know it just wasn't possible for all of you to travel from the UK to the US this year. We miss you dearly. We look forward to seeing you next year. Next year's World Finals, by the way, Man Cup's 2021 schedule, November 18, 19, 20, and 21, South Georgia Motorsports Park. November 18 to the 21st next year. Thundering burnouts. 2020 Buell EBR motor. In the left lane, that is Angie Smith. Matt Smith checking the front brakes, sending his wife to the line there. They're a great husband and wife racing team. Great husband and wife racing team. Angie concentrating deeply on setting that bike exactly where it's supposed to be. And in the right lane, Bostic Racing. That bike lined up. All right, pre-staged on the right. These are NHRA Pro Stock style motorcycles under NHRA type rules. Racing here with us in Man Cup in the Robert Tull Plumbing and Contracting Pro Stock motorcycle class. Angie with that bike lined up. She goes all the way in. Bostic is in. Here we go. And something not right at all with the front end of Angie's bike. There was a violent wobble. She shut it off right away. She did a great job of handling that bike so that nothing inappropriate happened. But something went wrong immediately on the launch, and she countered and shut it right off. Bostic, in the meantime, made a pass down the right lane. He is coasting on the top end. He's still in the right lane up there. Don't know what happened with Angie's bike. From my position here in the tower viewing, something seemed to be vibrating violently in the front of her motorcycle. And they are pushing the bike back. They'll take it down into the pits, check it out. And I'm not going to speculate on what it is, but whatever it is, I know they'll find it and they'll correct it. MSR Pro Stock motorcycle going back into the pits. We will continue on. Our next pair out. See if I have numbers on them. I do not. I'll do with that as best I can. Okay. Moving on with our Sportsman loading up the lanes. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane 4, please. Grothes Ultra 460, you should be in lane 1. MTC Super Comp, you should be in lane 2. Super Eliminator should be filling up lane 3. And Wiseco Street Fighter, you should be in lane 4, filling up lane 4 right now. Lane 4 was just vacated by the Pro Mods. They're all done. So let's put lane 4 to work. Put Street Fighter bikes in there. Robert Tull Pro Stock motorcycle qualifying in progress right now. Competition left lane is 17X, and my competitor on the right lane is 1628. Good pair of bikes heading into the water right now. Matt Smith is going to make a pass in the left lane. Matt Smith Racing, current NHRA Pro Stock motorcycle champion. 2020 season. And we got a pair of Pro Stockers on the line right now. 1628 motorcycle in the right lane, 17.6, 17X competitor in the left lane. Double red light start, both of them. Right lane rocketing down that track. 693 at 194 miles an hour for competitor 1628. Going to sit in the number 1 spot with that 693, but not for long. Matt Smith, good burnout in the left lane. Motorcycle in the right lane is struggling to do a burnout. finally gets that RPM up. And cleans that tire off. Mark Ingvelson of Findlay, Ohio on a 2008 Buell. Beautiful paint job on that Gladiator bike. Matt Smith, Pro Stock Motorcycle Lift Lane out of King, North Carolina. The 2020 NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle Champion. That's a 2020 Buell with an EBR power plant. 1190 cc's. Angie Smith lines him up, gives him a pat in the back, and he's ready to go. All right, Matt Smith, 001 reaction time out of here like a shot. Down that track like a lickety split, 675, 200 miles an hour. 200 miles an hour from Matt Smith with a 675. If you like apples, how do you like them apples? There's a number for you. Outstanding. By the way, the NHRA Pro Stock Motorcycle record is a 672. Matt just went 675. So, yeah, he's leaning into it. He is not holding back. That is a number, baby. That is a number. The NHRA Pro Stock National record is a 672. Matt Smith just registered a 675. It is on like Donkey Kong. Next pair up, ready to rock and roll. Mr. Steve Johnson is in the left lane. Pro Stock Motorcycle number 201 in the right lane. Steve Johnson has been racing Pro Stock Motorcycle for a very, very long time. And he is a very well-respected competitor and a pillar of the community in Pro Stock Bike. He's done a lot for the class and will continue to do so until his final breath. He lives and breathes this sport and that class. Great competitor. An absolutely great competitor. Pro Stock Motorcycle. Robert Tull Pro Stock, rocking the house. Steve Johnson going to put it in the beams. Wiseco Street Fighter to lane 4, please. Grothis Ultra 460 in 1. MTC Super Comp, lane 2. Super Eliminator, lane 3. Wiseco Street Fighter, lane 4. Star Racing Top Gas, you are on deck. I will be calling you next. After Pro Stock Motorcycle, you will occupy lane 5. Not calling you yet, but I will be shortly. Johnson, left lane. Red light start on the right side. Johnson's bike brakes right on the launch. Motorcycle 201 in the right lane goes 727 at 183 miles an hour. Steve Johnson's bike malfunctioned right on the launch. He shut it right off. He stopped about 100 feet down track and pushing the bike back now. Matt Smith currently occupying the number 1 spot with a 675 at 200.62 miles an hour. We got a 200 mile an hour Pro Stock run. Right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. Matt Smith Racing, MSR. They come right out and set the gold standard for the class. How cool is that? Robert A. Tull, congratulations. You picked a great class to sponsor and get behind and get with. We got record-setting performances right off the bat. All right, so Mr. Johnson's bike is being pushed back now. We will help Get him squared away and rolled off the track. We've got another Pro Stock bike getting ready to run. Competitor 1550 is headed into the water in the left lane. Brian Dale assisting Angie Smith. You know, I know the COVID thing is a bit of discomfort for us all, and everybody's pretty much masked here and there. But I really do get to see some pretty cool masks out there. I have seen all manner of combination of masks out there. That's some fun stuff. In the staging lanes right now, I should have Growthus Ultra 460 in lane 1, MTC Super Comp in lane 2, Super Eliminator you should be in 3, Wiseco Street Fighter in 4. Pro Stock Motorcycles killing it! Killing it! Robert Tull Pro Stock. Class is really rocking the house. What a great addition to the Man Cup show. They did not disappoint, and I knew they wouldn't. You have to admire the precision of the Pro Stock Motorcycle clan. When it comes to tribes, the tribe of Pro Stock Bike is very unique. They are so exacting. There's not one washer, not one tie wrap on that bike that doesn't belong there. Beautiful 1-2 shift. Competitor 1550 in the left lane lays down a serious number, 689 at 197. Great run by competitor number 1550. That's got to put him in the number 2 spot right behind Matt. So congratulations on that run. And that concludes qualifying in the Robert Tull Pro Stock Motorcycle class, which brings up APE Pro Street next. And now that lane 6 is open, we're going to bring up Wiseco Street Fighter. You should be in lane 4. Star Racing Top Gas. You should be in lane 5. And that's all 5 of our sportsman classes. All 5 sportsman classes should be in the lanes, and it looks like you are. I see a sea of motorcycles out there right now. What a beautiful sight. It must be Man Cup. It must be the World Finals. Look at all them motorcycles. Wow. Great stuff. That's what the lanes are supposed to look like. Absolutely. All right, so we've got a little track prep going on here. The spraying is done. Spray is being put away. APE Pro Street will be rolling out here shortly. So right now, remaining in pro qualifying, this is Q1. APE Pro Street will be next, followed by Shinko WPS Real Street. So we move along with qualifying. Had to kill the mic for a little bit there and take care of biz here in the tower. Doing exactly that. 17:49 is the time. Continue on with Q1. GT Tonglet. Ronnie Bonateus. Ryan Bonateus out of Berlin, New Jersey, 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa in the right lane. GT Tonglet, Louisiana. GT on that orange machine left lane. Right lane. Bonateus. Sanzatera in the water, getting ready to run. All of my sportsman competitors, you should all be in your appropriate lanes right now. On the limiter, Bonateus right lane. Tonglet left side by side. Tonglet running away. Bonateus loses power. 724 to 162 for GT Tonglet. Bonateus lost power right about the 3:30 clock. So his bike is limping down the right lane. We are watching that tail light carefully to make sure he makes it out of the lanes. Gets off the racetrack before we bring our next bikes into stage. We still have a motorcycle in the left lane making his way down the track. I see that tail light fading off in the distance. So the chief starter here for South Georgia Motorsports bike is holding Sanzatera until that bike clears. All right, now you're waving him in. We're clear to go. Quick 8 Motorsports bike. Launches strong and making his way down the right lane. 751 at 193 miles an hour for Rudy. And that will conclude Pro Street. GT Tonglet, Sanzatera, and Bonateus are the competitors. And we are moving on to Shinko WPS Real Street qualifying. This will be the final qualifying class of this round. We've made our way down through the pro ranks. This is Q1 under the lights here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. I see some tough customers out there. I see tough customers out there, some very tough customers. Spencer Claycomb is moving into the lights in the right lane. Jamie Lopez on the left. Annabelle Merced putting his bike into the water in the right lane. Get ready for his burnout. He thinks that's Mr. Gadsden in the left lane. All right, real street action here. Purging the system. Spencer Claycomb, right lane. Now, the real street national record currently .759 with a 2, 190, set by Jeremy Teasley in 2020. Spencer Claycomb, swinging for the fence, baby. Lopez bike is broken. This will be a solo shot. Away quick. Big wheel stand in third gear. That bike came right up and down. Big wheel stand, 778 at 184 for Spencer. That wheel stand took away from his ET. He went 755 on a previous pass. Went 778 on this one. The wheel stand ate up a little bit of his ET on that one, but that's drag racing, baby. Nevertheless, he's sitting in the number 1 spot, and he's going to be tough. But we got tough customers here to match him. Ricky Gadsden is in the left lane. Annabelle Merced in the right. They are both very tough customers and very capable of running those numbers. The competition is just plain fierce in this class. Shinko WPS. Real Ricky Gadsden all the way staged. Red light by Ricky. Annabelle Merced away clean with an 062 reaction time. 5:11 in the 8th. Big end 770 with a 4. 770 with an 8 for Ricky Gadsden. Look at those numbers. 188 for Ricky, 185 for Annabelle Merced, and Annabelle Merced goes to the number 1 spot with a 770. with a 4. Ricky Gadsden 770 with an 8 in the number 2 spot. And that puts Spencer Claycomb in the number 3 spot with a 778. Mike Sancho getting away quickly here in Real Street out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Mike Sancho across the finish line, 11:52. Racers, you must have a tail light. We cannot see you on the big end if you don't have a tail light. You must have a tail light. We can't tell when you turn off on the big end without a light. It's a safety thing. It's very necessary. You must have a working tail light. All right, big hat, big games, big timing in the left lane. Left staging lane. Talk about lane 1. Oh, wait till you see this. This is cool. All right, pay attention to what's on the line here first with Jamie Lopez. Trying to make his qualifying hit. Jack Corpella, a cycle drag right behind Jamie. Doing some video work. Lopez away clean, hitting his shift points. Rocks down that racetrack with a 783 at 178. That 783 is a respectable number. But Lopez needs that for tuning data. And that's going to conclude Real Street. And that concludes Pro Qualifying. Q1 is now in the books. So Q1 is all set. And we are moving on to Sportsman Qualifying Q1 now. We're moving right into Sportsman. Not sure if we got some Grudge bikes or not. If we do, we're going to work them into the program. This is where we would normally run them out there. Don't be surprised if the clocks turn off, and they are. Yes. Grudge bikes coming out. Grudge bikes are very unique. The clocks are turned off. You will see no times. You will hear no numbers from me. Nothing. Grudge bikes race for money, and it's the first bike to the stripe wins. That's it. Those are the rules. Don't like the rules, don't play. If you play, you better bring it. Bring what? Well, you better bring enough. You are going home quick with empty pockets because the bet is made first. Middleman holds the money, and it is what it is. Grudge bike in the left lane has no body work other than the initial front fairing, so it's as naked as a jaybird out there. And if these guys had any money down, that naked jaybird just won. There's a problem with the motorcycle on the right. He's being backed out of the water. So the Grudge bike, end time, no time. The NT letters mean no time. It's the motorcycle 628 in the left lane. I will not announce numbers of any kind. When you look up at the scoreboard, you see these dashes all the way across it. Well, that's telling you it's no time racing. Some people do not like no time. Other people love it. Whichever side of the fence you stand on, it's all good. I myself love seeing the no time machines race because it's always exciting. You don't know who's going to win. You don't know who brought what. All you know is they're quick, and whoever turns the win light on wins the money. Pretty simple rules, really. So that no time bike, it's run. And that bike is making his way down the far end of the 1320. So now that we have concluded our first pro session and the Grudge bikes, we are looking at Grothus Ultra 460 to come out next. Bradley Grothus has come up here to join us. We're a little short on chairs, but I think we can find one here pretty quick. Mr. Grothus to join us. Bradley can sit in on this session. Always glad to have him up here working with us. Knowledgeable people. We have so many knowledgeable people willing to contribute. You're hot. Bradley, 460's coming out right now, and that is truly your class, Grothus Ultra 460 bikes. What is unique about a 460 motorcycle?
Well, it's very first that it's a very fast class, and it's certainly an exciting class that you see some maybe bikes that were racing top gas in yesteryear that have decided to bring a little bit more ET to the table, or maybe even some pro mods who might not feel competitive be able to slow down. So you really get a nice mixture of sportsman racing with the pro tree, but really some good ETs and mile per hour as well, Tom.
Something that's always impressed me about 460 bikes, and this is going back to 2015, I think it was. I was at ATCO. There was a big event down there, and I was with the team from Massachusetts, Draken Automotive, the DAS bike, which is a Pro Charger bike, and when they were first breaking into the sixes back in 2015, now they're running 630s. But back at that time, when they were just cracking the sixes, I noticed that their time slips in the eighth mile were all 460, 461, 460, 460 with a 2. So you need basically pro street power to run in 460.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to kind of skin a cat. You know, you can do it with a little turbocharger. You could do it with nitrous. You can get out of the hole very quickly. You can kind of try to put the race in front of you. So that's certainly exciting to see a lot of different combinations, whether they're 70-inch pro stock bike type combinations who can't necessarily maybe apply that power as easily down low as some of the 80-inch old pro mods. So that's what I think also makes 460 very, very unique, is truly the diversity in the bikes themselves. Obviously, top gas bikes, typically 74-inch wheelbase, pretty straightforward. 460 bikes, you're seeing a lot of different style bikes out there.
Well, something that a question I've got for you with a 460 bike is where the motorcycles cover the eighth mile, and they're working on a specific index, trying to run 4.60. How much horsepower do you think they're generating? And how much horsepower does a typical combination need to generate to do that?
You know, it's
that quick.
Yeah, it's a great question, Tom. We don't have a dyno at our shop back in DeWitt, Iowa. If we did, I'd have a lot better answer for you. But if I had to guess, I'm thinking you're going to definitely be in the areas of at least 300 horsepower.
I don't know what that number is myself. I know it's hundreds of horsepower. How far, I think that's subject to debate.
Yeah.
Certainly.
And it's one thing to make horsepower. It's another thing to truly apply it, as we know in many different classes.
How much do the bikes generally weigh?
The bikes themselves can be typically around 450 pounds. Yeah, and again, this is a class that you'll see bikes out there with carbon fiber bodywork where guys are spending a lot of their hard-earned money. And you'll see bikes out there that are still making do with maybe aluminum bodywork or even fiberglass bodywork. So it's a class that the working man can still enter and still be very competitive in.
Is this really Larry out here?
This really is Larry. A couple Texas boys coming up here. Larry Epperjesse in the Summit Racing lane.
Every time I see Epperjesse, and I have to fight whenever Shane's out there to not say Larry's name, because he's been around so long, and for some of us who've been around a while, whenever I see Epperjesse, I always automatically want to say Larry Epperjesse.
Oh, yeah.
It's always Shane, and now I finally have Larry out there.
Yeah, you bet.
And I'm not going to call him Shane.
The Epperjesse family's been racing for a long, long time. Shane has been aboard plenty of Grothus drag bikes over the last few years. A great rider and certainly piloting the Dallas Flat Glassback Pro Open bike right now.
Larry Epperjesse in the right lane, David Davis in the left out of Cedar Hill, Texas on a Kawasaki. So we've got Kawasaki versus Suzuki here.
Yeah,
and there seems to be a difficulty in the left lane. Well, hopefully they can straighten that out.
the boys over in Texas typically try to run the 450 index over there. As they say, everything's bigger in Texas, and their mile per hour and ETs, they try to make the same. So both Larry and David have competed plenty over in the Lone Star State. So I'd expect to see hopefully a good couple laps here.
All right, for the folks at home who are not familiar with this is index racing, which means they run on a national index, and they're trying to run right specifically on the number 4.60 elapsed time. If they go quicker than that, they've gone too quick. They want to run right on that number, right on the index. And whoever runs closest qualifies number one. Both bikes away clean.
I tell you what, two great-looking laps there. David Davis goes a little quick, 458.1 at 151 miles per hour, but Larry Eberjesse tackling the number. He's 077 on the bulb, 461 with the 5 at 153. Good-looking mile an hour, good-looking lap. The Eberjesses are going to be thrilled with that.
How serious is that? 150 miles an hour in 4.5 seconds. That's getting it done.
Oh, yeah. And oh, by the way, try to look over in the other lane and see if you got your guy covered or not while doing that.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. All right, our next pair up. We're working with competition number 1447 and 6709. Do you recognize these riders?
Yeah, the guy in the right-hand lane is Thomas Gunn, comes out of the Northeast, and in the left-hand lane, I believe, comes out of the Illinois area. Thomas Gunn, a different combo in the fact that it is a turbocharged bike, so see probably a lot of mile per hour out of him, but he matches the mile an hour of Larry Eberjesse, also going 461. First two bikes, both going 461. This class is continuing to grow. Growth of Drag Bikes is an absolute proud sponsor year after year with Manufacturers Cup, and the competition is only getting stiffer.
All righty now. Scott Samich out of Georgia, 1980 Kawasaki bike in the right lane. In the left lane, Mr. Freeman. I think it's a Suzuki. Hard to tell with that bodywork.
Yeah, that's kind of a one-off bodywork there. Yet again, another Texas boy. They all kind of come out here in bunches for the World Finals event. That really brings them out of the woodwork.
460 is always such a lively class. Always. I don't care what sanction it is.
Yes, it is. Freeman away
Very
first.
well attended.
022 bulb, but really slows to go 482 at 141. Scott Samish pretty late on the tree, goes 116 on the reaction timer. Obviously not super critical during qualifying. Goes 113.60, but goes 470. He's going to look to pick up some performance here tomorrow when qualifying continues for him.
You think we'll see a 6-0 in this one?
I really do, yeah.
I do too. I agree. I thoroughly agree.
Our first
we are
couple...
so used to seeing, this is such a tight class. And one of the things that makes it so cool is these 460 bikes, they can and will run right on that number. And God help me if there's any digits attached to it, because this is just savage.
Yeah, absolutely. Within our first couple pairs, we're obviously 3 thou away from seeing a 4.60 something. So it's coming. I can't tell you who or when, but don't be surprised when it happens.
Bill Tamori, Rock Creek, Ohio, Suzuki right lane.
And that is a Wheeler racing bike in the left-hand lane.
Thank you.
I don't know if Micah's on it or Deshaun. Tough to say, but a very, very competitive camp coming out of the Louisville, Kentucky area.
And they clip it up on the top end, both going a little too quick. 453 in the right lane, 458 in the left. Again, this is Grothus Ultra 460 Racing, and they want to run right on that number, not under that number. Anything quicker than 460, you just go right to the back of the line.
You betcha. And the proof's kind of in the pudding there for the Wheeler fabrication bike. It goes 104.2 to the 60-foot cone in 460 racing. That is extremely quick, almost too quick, and certainly why they only go 146 and still break out under the number.
Very interesting that you mention it like that. What is a normal 60-footer for a 460 bike? What do you look for there?
You're going to probably see something along the lines of 109, 110 is going to be a good average.
110.
Yeah.
110 would be perfect.
So Curtis Griggs on the Summit Racing side on an old bike that we actually used to own as part of the Growth Drag Bikes camp, and he gets pretty darn close to the number, 459.0 at 151 miles an hour.
459 with an that is such a ow.
Yeah, so you talk about what's going to be the kind of the average 60-foot. Guess what? Curtis Griggs, I say 110. He goes 109.6. He goes 2.999.
There you go.
You're typically going to look for a 3 flat to half track, and his combination has a little bit more mile an hour on the big end, so he breaks out. But overall, Curtis Griggs for a race day setup, I'm not touching that bike, and I'm bringing it back to the lanes.
Well, I was thinking to myself, with a 110, if they can get that bike to short time 110 all the time, that gives the driver the opportunity to really drive, cut lights with consistency. Because if your 60-foot is consistent, then if you stage the same each time, those reaction times should just whoosh, right down.
Everything is so very critical, especially as part of our Growth as Drag Bikes team. When we truly pull into the racetrack on the weekend, we try to do everything to the highest degree that we can, everything up to the point where we pull out, because it's the little things that matter. And just like you say, staging a bike, so critical as far as having a very consistent program.
I'm pretty sure that most drivers would agree that you've got to have the 60-foot consistent, because without that consistent 60-foot, it affects how you stage. You know, when they stage the motorcycle, what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, in staging the motorcycle is when they pull up to the starting line, the front tire initially clips the beam. That's your pre-stage. Then when the bike rolls ahead approximately another 6 inches, it's fully in the beams. So there's a beam front and rear on the tire. Now, the clock starts when the front tire trips that beam. So as soon as that happens, in order for that to happen and predict when it's going to happen, you have to have it in exactly the same spot every time. It is so difficult. It takes such great skill for a driver to bring that front tire up. Some racers will just tickle the light. Some will put it firmly in the light. The whole key is you have to do the same thing the same way every single time, and that is so dependent on that 60-footer to be there. Otherwise, you can't do the rest of that.
Yeah, you are ever so true there. We always try setting our bikes up to react as quick as possible, so that ideally we can be some of those racers that right when you turn that stage bulb on, you know exactly where you're at rather than having to roll in deep. You'll see a lot of bikes in the organization up in the Northeast that
such a difference.
That if their bike doesn't react as quick, or they're looking to try to drop some ET on the opposite end, they'll push it in deep. But I do believe it is harder to stage consistently when you're looking to go deep. Now, it's another third bulb. If you're good enough to turn it off right when that comes on, you're not as difficult. But when they're really rolling, it gets difficult.
All right, Montez Thompson, Morris Ball. Who you like?
Well, Montez Thompson has a lot of experience racing either both bar bikes and no bar bikes, both Pro Mod and 460. So I would expect Thompson to get a little close to the number, but I could be surprised here.
It could go either way. We'll find out. It's drag racing. Nice
Montez
reaction
Thompson
time.
certainly gets away first. He goes 0.42, and he does get closer to the number 4:59.6. We're getting closer and closer, aren't we, Tom?
4 thousandths of a second. Ouch. We've seen 1,000. We've seen 4. Everything but the number, but we ain't done yet.
Agreed. Morris Ball has a pretty good lap, though. He goes 3 flat, but certainly falls on the second half of the track, only going 144 mile an hour.
David Tibbert. Welder fabricator.
Yeah, making a very long haul coming down here from North Dakota. I thought the drive from Iowa was a good one, but North Dakota, I tell you what, he's got even more distance. So
I thought I was bad coming down from Boston.
We've all got drives, that is for sure.
Yes, we do, and it's worth it, too. I'm really hurting without our European contingent. I love having those guys here, having racers from all over the world, Tak from Japan, Athol from down under, Nicky Zach from Australia. We're missing them all.
Yeah, it truly makes it a World Finals event when you can kind of get that flavor. Going to be a good couple laps here. David also falls on the second half of the track. He's going to be happy with his early numbers. And Joey in the left-hand lane goes 465 at only 146. I've got to imagine that bike was set up to go a little quicker, but didn't want to go under. He qualifies himself on the right side of the ladder and can attack the number a little bit more.
All right, our next pair queuing up, and we've got a bunch of them. I love it. Lane 1 is emptying out, slowly but surely. Those were all 460 bikes. Mr. Fulgham getting ready to go here.
Jared had quite a bit of success last year down here. A local guy that you're starting to see
From
racing.
Adele.
Yeah, starting to see racing a whole lot more.
Good Lord, he could ride the bike home.
You got that right. As long as the gas tank's big enough and you put a license plate on the back of it and don't get pulled over, why not?
All right, we got a roller on the top end that needs to be taken care of, and that is being addressed right now as I speak. I can see the service lights of the service vehicle up on the top end addressing that issue. But until they get him literally off race surface, we're not going to let these motorcycles stage and get ready to run, burnout or no burnout. So our chief starter very wisely shut these bikes down, and they'll come back to life. Are most of these 460 bikes all motor, or are they more nitrous oriented?
Yeah, they are definitely have an additional power adder, whether that be nitrous or turbocharged. I would say 95% of the class is nitrous assisted. I believe George Babor was trying to run 460 all motor and having moderate luck. He stepped away from the class for the past year, but certainly happy to see him back out here at this event.
You know, George has been racing so long, and I'm so proud of that man and his race program. We'll talk about that.
Sherrod not going to have a stellar lap here, going 498, and Charlie Farrar in the strange lane goes 499, has a very slow 60 at 115, which again, as long as you apply your power over the 660, you can have those types of 60 foots. But they're going to have some work ahead of them. An old pro stock bike just goes down the track, and then right behind it, you got an old pro mod bike. So we talk diversity, this class has it.
That thought never occurred to me. That is a wonderful, what a great home for old retired pro stock motorcycles in Top Sportsman. When the Top Sportsman cars get old and tired, they end up in Pro Mod or Outlaw 10.5 or something like that. But here in motorcycle drag racing world, this is a perfect place for an old pro stock bike to show up as 460.
Yeah, very similar case as you make it when we've got just two less wheels compared to the cars. Now, when we talk a pro stock bike compared to maybe an old pro mod bike, you are going to find it harder to apply the power simply because of the shorter wheelbase. So as long as you've either got an ignition system or progressive nitrous, that you've got enough tuning to do it, it can be done. That's what we do with our Governor bike.
What a challenge that would be, trying to use a progressive nitrous system with that wheelbase and squeeze it in 4.5 seconds.
It absolutely is. It really is. But it makes for some wheel-toting, exciting motorcycle drag racing.
I still can't wrap my head around pro mods and how quickly they shift those bikes. I really can't.
Yeah.
It is amazing to me.
There's very few left that are truly shifting them themselves. The great Paul Gast is one of them.
Oh, boy.
A lot of bikes have gone to the auto shift and letting computers take over to some degree. But we got Harvey Hubbard coming up in the Strange Lane, Growth's Drag Bikes chassis that we campaigned in the Manufacturers Cup Falcon Pro Mod class for some time.
This is something I absolutely love and adore about watching the veterans of our sport. Look at Harvey Hubbard. In the right lane, David Biddle's having some difficulties with his bike. Hubbard's sitting there with his arms crossed, folded, relaxing, just chilling on the starting line.
Yeah, Hubbard has made many
laps. And then he turns it on.
Yeah, he's made many laps down the drag strip, but his setup is not totally refined yet for this class, and he's working on it. His 60 going 103.3 there with a 187 reaction time, just going to be incredibly too quick. I think he may have gotten behind a shift point or two there. Going to need to work on it overnight. We talk about different power adders in this class. There's only a couple bikes so far that I've seen that do have turbochargers on them, and the bike in the Strange Lane is one of those two. Ronnie Bones Bontadas, a guy that also has made plenty of laps down the drag strip with Dan McCartan in the Summit Racing. Dan McCartan goes 0.19, a little slow to the half track, but as long as he pours it on the second half, going 464 at 148 miles an hour. Ronnie Bones turns the red eye on and only goes 480. A really nice setup lap there for Dan McCartan in the Summit Racing lane, qualifying on the right side of the ladder. I expect him to get a little bit more aggressive tomorrow.
Ronnie Bones Bonataeus. I should get him up here just to find out how long he's been at this. I've seen his name a gazillion times, you know, from back in the Pro Star days all the way forward. He's been around forever, and I kind of love it.
Yeah, I like seeing not only the different diversity within bikes, and you got it within riders here too.
Is that Jeff in the left lane?
Jeff House on what was an old Top Gas bike that he now has turned into a 460 bike.
How cool is that? Look at him go.
Absolutely. He goes 070 on the bulb, 468 at 151. He puts it in the 60s. Going to need to find a little bit more power there.
I really am just endlessly impressed. These racers who can race motorcycles that are so radically different and jump from class to class and bike to bike. You know, Jeff House was just out here on his Pro Mod, locking horns with Paul Gass and everybody else out there, and now he's out here running 460.
Yeah, and you want
Good
to talk,
Lord.
You want to talk about another rider that'll jump on one bike to the next. It's going to be Shane Epperjesse in the Strange Lane. Both guys out of the Dallas area. They've got a true affection for motorcycle drag racing in that part of the country. And the Epperjesse family, especially Shane, is part of it on one of the Grothus drag bikes entries, a bike that is one that we have named Chuck.
It reinforces the statement, don't mess with Texas.
You got that right. This bike
don't
here.
Don't ever mess with Texas.
The bike in the Strange Lane is owned by a gentleman named Jeff Grosser out of Davenport, Iowa. Part of our Iowa-based team that's down here. We've got my Uncle Tom and Joe Clemmy as well.
All right, up on the top end of the racetrack right now, the service vehicle is out there. I can see the blinking lights. However, they are fading off to the right, which tells me we had a motorcycle on the track out there, and they're going to take that. They are escorting that bike off, make sure it gets off the track safely. And whenever we get a delay like this on the top end, if you've got a motorcycle that's about to get on the racetrack, if it has already started and then they have to shut it off, they can't just refire them sometimes. Not every motorcycle is capable of doing that. These motorcycles have different power adders, different systems, different engine combinations, and sometimes it necessitates shutting the bike off, taking the body off, and making whatever adjustment is necessary. But that's what you're seeing right now, ladies and gentlemen, out on the racetrack, is where this motorcycle had to be shut off as a measure of safety till the track is clear in the top end. Once that's done, they're going to refire. They're going to put the starter on it right now. And Grothus Ultra 460. How many bikes do you think we got there? How many we got left?
Well, I don't know if we've got more 460 bikes back in the lanes because we've got a single here. I'm hoping we do because the competition is only going to get more exciting. But Shane Epperjesse on a bike that has a lot of great Grothus drag bikes components on it that we put on it this last year. Our Legacy Series wheels, front and rear. Our complete billet grip set and front end. All parts that you can find at grothusdragbikes.com.
All right, next motorcycle ready to fire. Here we go.
We're slow to the 60-foot, goes 115.303, but the mile an hour is down to 467.5. Glad to see that it's in the 60s, but would like to see something a little bit lower than that. We're going to have to pick it up down low and really continue that momentum all across the track.
460 class, lots of motorcycles. We're still rolling them out. All my other sportsman bikes, you should all be out there in your appropriate lanes. MTC Super Comp, you're going to roll out next, then Super Eliminator out of lane 3, Wiseco Street Fighter lane 4, Star Racing Top Gas out of lane 5. Guys, keep going. Keep going. Run those bikes.
May not be Christmas yet, but I tell you what, this class is the gift that keeps on giving. We do see bikes continue to roll to the water box, and they are a couple pretty ones. Durwood Rawlings in the Summit Racing Lane coming out of Prince Frederick, Maryland. And I believe Randy Butler in the Strange Lane. Randy hasn't been out all year on this bike, but was not going to pass up the chance to come to the Man Cup World Finals with it. Randy's 061 on the bulb and goes 461.5. Very impressive, but guess what? Durwood Rawlings, even more impressive. 460 with a 5 at 147 miles an hour. I tell you what, Tom, you were wanting it, and there you have it.
There it is. That's what we wanted. We wanted the C&O. We got the C&O. There's a 4.60 with a 5, which, of course, is going to put Durwood Rawlings in the number 1 spot. And I predict that number will not stand.
Yeah, I would agree there. Durwood was on that bike a little bit earlier, I believe, and it was fighting some issues with it, but certainly resolved those issues back in the pits, came up here, and is a very strong contender sitting in the number 1 spot right now.
Grothis Ultra 460, really burning the midnight oil. We got a bunch of those bikes, and there's still more rolling out of lane 1. I cannot thank you all enough. What great participation here at the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals, presented by Wiseco.
We got Jeffrey Hill in the strange lane right here from the state of Georgia over in Bainbridge, taking on Wade Cherry from North Carolina.
Hi, Wade Cherry out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Home of my airborne brothers.
Jeffrey Hill having a little bit of difficulty staging the bike on the left-hand side. I'm guessing his two-step button is not active. He goes ahead and stages it up just to be courteous to Wade Cherry. Wade remarkably late on the bolt because of the little bit of distraction going on at the tree, and goes 476 at 145.5.
It doesn't take much. You know, it's very individual, of course, from racer to racer, who can handle that distraction and who can't. But sometimes it can be the smallest thing as a distraction that disturbs a racer, but the other side of the coin is some racers are just unshakable.
Yeah,
I've seen both sides of the coin.
Yeah, the level of concentration, such as those of Erica Enders or Matt Smith, really is such a small window as far as what may phase them. I tell you what, watching some of the NHRA competition this year, I get more and more impressed by those two as to their ability to, as we were talking about earlier, stage so consistently and really cut that tree down.
Joe Rodney out of Clarksville, Tennessee, right lane, 1974 Kawasaki style body on that bike. I must say, with these different body styles, I would so love to see Funny Bike come back as a class, because it would be so cool to see those old styles come back.
Yeah, and with the new age turbocharged alcohol bikes that we're starting to see today put incredible top performances, obviously some within Top Fuel, some within Pro Open. If the excitement continues to grow, you may see a turbocharged only class. Time will tell.
I have no qualms whatsoever with the Boosas and the Boosa bodies, but there are so many of them. I prefer the variety and the eclectic mix every time.
Yeah,
one of the things I love about Man Cup motorcycle drag racing.
Ever so true there. In the strange lane, we got Chad Otts with his famous Ottsy burnouts. Maybe got the tire a little hot there. Goes 478 at 144. But Smokin' Joe Rodney, a lot closer to the number, goes 458. But if you look at Smokin' Joe's mile an hour, he goes only 134. Very telltale sign that he was out of the throttle. And that's a tough way to truly race time and time again, trying to judge where you really need to get out of the throttle than compared to have a good, consistent tune-up. So we'll see how they continue to progress with that.
Hollywood, Broderick Jackson in the left lane, getting ready to line it up against Ronnie Procopio and Legion of Doom. Ronnie on his bike, his wife Robin there with him, getting ready to send him down the racetrack, preparing to fire it up. And I tell you, Mr. Jackson is such a colorful character and great racer and great guy. It speaks so well of our racing family, the caliber of racers and brotherhood that we have. Broderick Jackson just totally embodies that. Him and Doug Frierson, these guys, great racers, great family people.
Yeah, and Broderick is one of those guys here in Georgia, but you often find him over at Huntsville, Alabama at the T.T. Jones family racetrack over there, racing, whether it be 460 and a little bit of pro mod action. You talk about the continued diversity. Yes. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but you got two guys that were very competitive in pro mod now racing here in 460.
When it comes to the different racers, and they all have their little quirks and picadillos, I noticed Boo Brown's just coming out now, but Boo is always in the back of the line.
Yeah,
he likes to go back there and watch everybody else first. and he rolls out like one of the last couple of bikes every single time.
Yeah, Boo's one of those guys that'll certainly pay attention to a lot of the small details.
Yes.
And I tell you what, based upon the bike right there he's got, you can tell he's a detail guy.
I noticed, you know, in Pro Stock, in NHRA Pro Stock car racing, Grumpy Jenkins was very famous and very well known for sitting back on the edge of the wall with his little notepad and a cigar in his mouth and a pencil and a piece of paper, writing down every little thing about every one of his competitors. And I see that with these racers out here. John Markham does it all the time. There's other racers in other classes too. They got to study every little thing their opponent does, because whatever they can use to their advantage, they're going to.
Yeah, you're ever so true. I think when you say that,
Racing,
both
baby.
my uncles who are here this weekend, Racing ET and Top Gas, are very detail-oriented, paying attention to not only ETs, but mile and hours that correspond with them. So you're ever so true in the fact that the more details you can apply to your race program to get a competitive edge, go for it.
You just raised a very important point and a great point, too. Because when it comes to mile an hour, when we see some of the booming mile an hours from these bikes, we know these guys got a little extra something in the bank.
Yeah.
So they can call on it when they need to. They're not necessarily just out there to go 4.60. Sometimes when they're a little behind the curve, they can use that muscle to their advantage to chase down an opponent, even though they know they can't exceed 4.60. It's good to have a little extra throttle when you need it.
Yep, you gotcha. And typically that little extra throttle comes in a little blue bottle.
460, baby. Very competitive.
I tell you what, very uncharacteristic of Ronnie Procopio there.
Yes.
A little bit longer tree, but he goes negative 222 red.
Yes,
and
never seen that happen with Ronnie before.
Yeah, and Hollywood Jackson goes 168 green. Hollywood very, very quick there, goes 450.
Yeah, both of them obviously were very upset on that launch. They were ready to stage and ready to go. Then they got held up by something on the track, and then they got waved in, and clearly their routine was upset.
Yeah, a really good
reaction time show that.
Yeah, good matchup there, though. I know that Hollywood Jackson definitely enjoys racing Procopio every time he can. Ronnie's got Max ECU on that with a lot of great technology, and to square off, face off against him, I'm sure Broderick enjoyed that.
Who do you feel are some of the great rival matchups in this class when it comes to 460? Who really loves to race through here?
Yeah, I don't know that there has been enough racing here between a lot of this that there's been really two people that stand out to me as having an incredible rivalry. I do believe series to series, whether it's a Midwestern guy who races NHDRO,
good point.
or some folks from the East Coast who feel really great about their organization.
They like
I think
to
that's
show
where
these East Coast guys that they're not boss.
Yeah, I think that that's where you'll see more rivalry type racing going on there. But Blake Harvey goes 457 in the Summit Racing Lane at only 136, while Boo Brown goes 461 for at 149.
Great reaction time. Both races, they were kind of glued together, and it shows that their 0:31 reaction time for Boo and Blake Harvey had an 0:34. It's just like they both left together at the same time.
Yeah, that was a great race up until 60 feet, and that's when Blake Harvey really starts pulling away. And when I say pulling away, he goes 104 to Boo Brown's 111. Now on the other end, that also showed. Blake Harvey went under the index, and Boo didn't.
Yes. Wow. Look at this. All right, we'll clear those numbers. And Butch Million is in the right lane, and I believe we've got Megan Bowers in the left.
You would be correct there. Megan, one of those that races up in Nashville, Tennessee, quite often at Music City Raceway, and you'll find her down at Huntsville as well.
I noticed Megan at another race earlier this year. I had an opportunity to watch her, and watch her through my camera lens as well. And I gotta say, she's a great drag pod pilot.
Yeah, she's got good genes. Her dad, Pinky Bowers, raced Pro Mod for quite some time, purchased a Groth's drag bike Pro Mod. Truly the first Pro Mod we built back in, I want to say, the mid-2000s. And he still has that bike today, adores it, and it even has the same exact paint job on it.
She races very, very well. She's a very good competitor.
Yeah, and she races a lot of different classes. I think the more times you can get down the racetrack within a weekend, the more looks you can get at a tree. Ideally, the better racer you're going to become. Both of them go deep there. Butch goes 085 to Megan's 019. They're pretty glued together. And Butch Million goes 466.6 to Megan's 470 with a 5.
666. You could do without that, but there it is. It happens. It's drag racing.
Yeah, you got that. Butch is really going to
Take
be
a
happy
look at
with
the
that.
overall. Tommy Saxon, Jason Buss next. So Gerwood Rawlings is still sitting in the number 1 spot with a 460 with a 5. And you and I both were waiting to see that 5 evaporate. And I'm sure by the end of qualifying tomorrow, by Q3, that 460 with a 5 is not going to be sitting in the number 1 spot.
I would agree with that, and I might even go as far to say at the end of the night, it's still not going to be. We've got 4 stellar pairs coming up with the likes of Chase Van Sant.
Well, we've still got more bikes here in Growth Ultra 460, and we've sent 33 of them down the racetrack so far. We're still at it, baby.
Yeah, what a great turnout. On behalf of Growth Drag Bikes,
fantastic
we're very happy to sponsor this class. I want to thank all these racers for coming out for it.
What a great class. Tommy Saxon, left lane, Bogart, Georgia. 457 with an 8, a 463 for Jason Buss.
Yeah, a little quick there for Tommy Saxon, but a setup that you could certainly race with. Jason is getting closer to the number, 463. As far as a Q1 setup, I think Jason is going to be very happy with that, and as another fellow Iowan, I'm happy to see it too.
This bike of John Schwartz, that thing is so loud and so vicious. What is that combination?
Now, it's a nitrous-assisted combination owned by a gentleman named Calvin Blandon. Obviously, it has a bunch of FBG parts on it, so I don't know what it's got for an exhaust or what they did to it up in Grand Island.
How big that motor is, but that thing is just vicious.
Yeah, it's a bike that can very often go under the number simply because it has a lot of power. So we'll see if they've got it detuned here or not. And then you've got Matt Smith in the Strange Lane, a bike that they recently put together to try to come out and race 460. Matt Smith and Chad Otts come racing together a lot, and both of them are here. Well, I tell you what, I think I watch this class pretty often. I say John Schwartz Butch has a bike that can go under the number, and mark my word, he goes 456.
Chase Van Sant out of Iowa. I'll bet you know him.
I do. The Van Sants are an incredibly great family. They own a couple
How
companies.
close is that to your shop?
A little over 2 hours. Pella,
That's
Iowa.
not bad.
No, and it's a great small town community right outside of Eddyville Raceway. I don't know if you've heard of that racetrack, but owned by Gerald Kramer, who Gerald's actually down here enjoying racing this weekend. But Chase, one of the up-and-coming talent, maybe of all motorcycle drag racing, with the likes of Jeremy Teasley in the Strange Lane.
Wes Hawkins away with 002 reaction time. 462 with a 9, a 459 with a 6 for Van Sant. Only 4 thousandths away from the number.
Yeah, Van Sants really have that combination dialed in. It's an old Pro Mod bike that Chase's dad actually used to ride. So we talk about looking for that kind of target 3 flat number at the 330, and he goes 3 flat with a 2. Wes Hawkins going to be real happy with his effort there. 002 on the bulb, goes 462 with the 9. He's definitely set up to continue to go rounds.
Great racing. Rock Sanders, Jeff Jones. Doug Frierson got to be out there somewhere.
Yeah, there's a change of entry, it looks like, in the Strange Lane. We'll have to get in the system and change that. But that is actually Richard Gadsden on the bike over there. And Rock Sanders
I
is
couldn't see the helmet, but now that I see the helmet, I see it. That is Richard left lane, not Jeff Jones.
Rock Sanders straps one on Gadsden. He goes 020 to an 072.
Richard's going to talk about that.
And guess what? You remember what I said about the 460 with the 5 not standing all night long?
That 460 with a 5 didn't make it far, did it?
No, it didn't. It took down to the last pair, but I tell you what, Tom, that was really enjoyable.
It was.
Great competition. I'd like to see how many bikes we've got here. I'm hoping it's close to the 40s, and if there's any entries that continue to float in, we're certainly going to welcome them throughout the weekend.
Must have been our last pair. All right, well, we're rocking somewhere around 35, 38 entries anyway in 460. And that's going to wrap up qualifying for Growth's Ultra 460. Mr. Growth's, thank you very much for joining us up here. That was fantastic. And Rock Sanders finished it out in fine style.
Yes, he did. That was a nice cherry on top. I'll look forward to doing this again tomorrow, Tom.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're continuing on with our action out on the racetrack. $890 is the number. You're coming into MTC Supercomp. MTC Supercomp action coming your way next. David Fletcher and Damian Solis. Solis with 18 reaction time. Cranking his way down that right lane. Fletcher in the left lane. 890 is the number, 890 Index Racing. So we got an 890 with a 4 for David Fletcher and Damian Solis with 896. This is MTC Supercomp. Liska Racing Street ET to lane 1, please.
All right, 890 the number here. Trevor Schnitz and Marshall Hutchinson going at it. How about Trevor Schnitz? 890 with a 7. 150.08, the 2018 Gixxer 1000, 16-year-old from Decatur, Indiana. How about that? Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, 50-year-old on the 2014 Kawasaki ZX14. Summit Racing side, that's the far side for everyone watching at home. Strange Lane. Marty White from Grove City, Ohio, the 1994 Suzuki Katana. $890 is what they're looking for, as close as $890 as they can get. You better sharpen up on those lights. Leachman was a 194, White was a 132. Leachman gets there first, way under $877 on the 890, 146. Marty White would be the better half of that one, 931, 146. Trevor Schnitz, your current number 1, 004 under. Excuse me, David Fletcher, 004 under. Trevor Schnitz, 007 under. Damian Solis, 060 under. 896.0 is where he's at. Chuck Hoover from Largo, Florida, 2012 Kawasaki Summit Racing side. Mike Lakoski from Fleming Island, 1983 Suzuki on the Strange Lane. $79 light for Lakoski. Hoover goes 281 on the Christmas tree. Then an 879, 145.28 for Mike Lakoski, way fast. 9032 for Chucky Hoover, 150.77 the speed down there. Super Eliminator, please pull up. Super Eliminator, please pull up in the lanes. Also, where are we here? Looks like we have Super Comp. We need Super Eliminator here. Wiseco Street Fighter and Star Racing Top Gas. You guys should be up next. Summit Racing side, not sure who we got down there. 888 with a 6 down there Summit side. Gary Russell runs 894, 142.73. Here's Carlo Testa from Akron, Ohio. The Suzuki Hayabusa, 41 years old. Summit Racing side, he'd be the far lane for those watching at home. Near side for home watchers on the strange lane from Augusta, Georgia. It is Rodney Gant, the 2000 Kawasaki ZX7. Carlo Testa away green with an 045. Rodney Gant goes 241 to the red side. About an 880 with a 4, 151.53 for Carlo Testa. Rodney Gant goes 927, 132.73. James Hinson from Orlando, Florida, the 65-year-old on a 2006 Kawasaki ZX14. Left-hand lane, not sure who we have there. Hey, Jeff House, how are you? '99 light on the left. 116 for James. At a 909, 144 miles an hour. 912, 150 for James down there. Here's Perry Paw from Bedford, Ohio, the 49-year-old on the 99 Hayabusa. Summit Racing lane. On the strange lane from Youngstown, New York, the 56-year-old Mike Neerhook, the 1986 Kawasaki ZX10. We are smack in the middle of MTC Engineering Super Comp. Get on in here. You know you want to. Are you sure? All right. Shy baby. I guess Jeff House didn't want to see me. Trees down, we're away. 26 green for Perry Pyle, 65 for Neerhoof. They're neck and neck to the half track. How about this one? 909, 137 miles an hour for Perry Paw. Mike Neerhoof getting the better of that one. 899, 2, 144.06. Here's Ron Arnold, Bowling Green, Kentucky, 56-year-old on a 2009 Suzuki GSX-R 1000. Summit Racing side. Got a 7-inch slick combo here. Ron Arnold away first with an 055 light, a 150 short. Typical of the street bike, but watch him pull around down there. Check this out, 884, 146.81 the speed. He was 569, 127 miles an hour. Those street bikes really mess with your head. I'm telling you. Matt Smith. Not the Pro Stock champion Matt Smith, but Matt Smith from Cordova, Tennessee. Aboard some Kawasaki power, not going to get a time slip. Charles Pissitz from Ormond Beach, Florida, the 54-year-old on a 1981 Kawasaki. Neither of them going to get a time slip. Boom, boom, boom. All right, just making sure everybody gets off the track down there. We should be all right. Getting our system reset, getting the numbers back in. All right, up next, Summit Racing side, it's John Spooky Markham. Bowling Green, Kentucky, 51-year-old on a ZX-10R. Calvin Mason from Chickasaw, Alabama, the 1990 Kawasaki. The Spook goes 009 on the Christmas tree. How about at 894 with a 4, 144.97. That puts him at an 055 package. Excuse me, 053. Still not terrible by any means, but kind of hard to get that in. That puts Markham at the number 3 spot, 44 under. Pete Hubbard from Nesbitt, Mississippi. 54-year-old on a KZ1000. Sonny Vic, Strange Lane, Rossville, Georgia. 29-year-old on a Hayabusa. 31 light for Sonny, 41 for Pete Hubbard. There you go. How about 9 under for Sonny Vic? 8.909, 149.85, 31 light. That would give him a 40 package. Better tighten that up a little bit. Ronnie trained him from Suffolk, Virginia, the 28-year-old on a GSXR 1000. How about Tom Clemmy's Strange Side, the good-looking 1973 Kawasaki Z1 from Davenport, Iowa. Right now, David Fletcher's still sitting your number 1 with a 004 under. 39 light for Clemmy, 163 for Ronnie. There you go, Ronnie. 892, 149.93 the speed. Tom Clemmy goes 885 to 147.20, 48 under. Ouch. That's Howdy Shell. Summit Racing side of the racetrack. I don't have any data on these two. Been getting tech cards all day. That just shows you how busy we are. I was almost sweating trying to get data in, I'm telling you. Howdy Shell goes in on his ZX14. Uncharacteristic reaction times for both. They'd kill me if I said what these were, but they both start with a 2. Ouch. No good if your lights start with a 2. You will go home with that. Alex Kupitz from Portsmouth, Virginia, 33-year-old on a Gixxer. Summit Racing side from Smyrna, Tennessee, the 21-year-old Nathan Wall on the Strange Lane. On the Suzuki Hayabusa. $90 light for Kupitz. Wall is 150. On the tree, 888 with a 0, 146.10. And I tell you, if this were Crazy 8s, that would be number 1 qualifier. But this is not Crazy 8s. Goes 20 numbers under. To go to the back side of the field, 904.2 at 144.20 for Nathan Wall. Barry Pryor, senior from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 09 Busa, goes 103 on the light, Summit Racing side. Joe Clemmy from Davenport, the 89 Suzuki, goes 105 on the tree. On the Strange Lane, how about a 918 for Joe Clemmy, 917.5 at 141 for Barry Pryor. Ronnie Johnson from Mobile, Alabama, 62-year-old on a 1974 Kawasaki. Strange side of the racetrack, Charlie Bishop from Fairhope, Alabama, the 1978 Kawasaki Z1R. Very valuable motorcycle back in its time. $111 light for Bishop, 236 on Ronnie Johnson. Ronnie's out there saying hello to the left side barrier. 898.9, 136.61 for Charlie. Ronnie Johnson goes 930 at 135.80. Still in MTC Super Comp, round number 1 of qualifying. This is where things definitely get interesting. Tons of entries in MTC Super Comp this weekend. Wait until you guys see MPS Pro ET. I'm telling you, it's deep. Just like the Summit Racing Lane, deep staging for an 025 light. Doug Fisher from Berrien Springs, Michigan, the 60-year-old on an 82 GS. 1,428 cubic centimeters in the frame rails takes him to an 886, 144.10. A little bit too fast. Summit Racing gets the better look of it, 894 at 141.73. That'll stick him right at the number 6 spot, nice and comfy with an 040 under. Tommy Guzin from Missouri, Ohio, 35-year-old on a Kawasaki KZ-based bike, 1,428 cc's in the rails. Another KZ strange side. Guzin backs out of the beams. To put it simple, you can't do that. We'll go ahead and reset this one. But in an eliminations case, the green tree wins the race. So we're going to reset them real quick. I just want to make a quick thank you to everyone joining us here at South Georgia Motorsports Park for the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco, and also everyone at home, wherever you might be watching from. I will say I'm keeping an eye on the chat window when it comes to the Motor Mania TV live stream. So if you got something to say, let me know. Still getting the timing system reset here. Tommy Guzin from Missouri, Ohio, 35-year-old on a Kawasaki. 1,428 cc's in the frame rails. Good looking KZ 900 based bike over their strange side of the track. How many numbers you got in the delay box? That's what I want to know. Tommy Guzin will go to the end of the line by 006. He's 006 under with an 889.4. Strange side gets 906.3, 142.97. Here's the razzle dazzle, Dusty Brazel, Norman Park, Georgia native, 36-year-old on an 08 ZX14. Summit Racing side. On the strange lane from Rootstown, Ohio, we have Joe DeSantis, the 08 Busa. Deep staging for a 004 light. Dusty Brazel spins the tire. He's all kinds of out of shape. A 184 short time tells me he spun the tire bad. 9.003, 146.73 for Joe DeSantis. Dusty Brazel gets it A to B with 952.3, 149.73. Looks like we've got a dead motorcycle on the starting line. Rule is you get one attempt at it, or 30 seconds to get it refired at least. Mr. Wagner getting his bike up there and staged. Lights are down, here we go. 39 light for Wagner, 43 on the strange side. Looking like strong passes here. Both of them are 550 through the 8th. 880 with a 3, 139.85 for the Summit Racing side. 896.8, 142.85 on the strange lane. Here's Blair Field from Denver, North Carolina. The 1995 Suzuki GSXR. 37-year-old here in Super Comp. Still rolling through Q1 here in Super Comp, MTC Pistons Super Comp. .183 Lightford, Blairfield. The Strange Lane gets off with a 247. How about an 863 with a 7, 150.30. Man, somebody tell the guy and remind him to turn on his throttle stop. I'm telling you. 122 short, 542, 124 through the half. Yeah, he was fast. Way fast. Ronnie Woodall Sr., Pleasant View, Tennessee native. The 1978 Kawasaki Strange side. Summit Racing side. You got a ZX14 over here looking for the 890 number. Ronnie Woodall. Excited to go racing with a 358 red. Man, he anticipated that tree big time. 899.3, 149.07 for the Summit Racing side. Gets the better part of that pass. Here's Kurt Sikora, Strange Lane, Elgin, Illinois native. 59-year-old on a 1987 Kawasaki GPZ 1100. Summit Racing side is Daryl Perkins, the 60-year-old from Milton, Florida, the 2006 ZX14. Current order still holds David Fletcher number 1, 4 under. Trevor Schnitz 7 under for number 2. Sonny Vick 9 under. Kurt Sikora decides to go ahead and take it down track. Two-step switch wasn't working. 856.4, 158.97. Daryl Perkins also way fast. Man, pull back on the reins, would you? Yeah, that'll actually stick Daryl Perkins in the number 45 spot right now. 336 numbers under. Here's Rodney McFarland, Summit Racing side. Pensacola, Florida on the ZX14. Jim Morrow on the Strange side gets off with an 040 from Deptford, New Jersey, the 06 Busa. McFarland away with an 096. Both guys are 134 off the starting line. How about that? Rodney McFarland for number 1, 8.900. 153.75. That's your number 1 qualifier right there, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Morrow goes way under 8.778, 149 miles an hour. All right, let's see. Super Eliminator. Need you guys to the staging lanes, please, if you're not already here. Super Eliminator, you should be here. Wiseco Street Fighter and Star Racing Top Gas, you guys should be here also. Mike Perry from Venice, Florida, the 1975 KZ900 goes way under, but look at James Hampton. Good night, almighty. 848.2, 140 miles an hour, goes 530 through the half. A lot of guys from out of state just have a problem slowing this down, but James Hampton is from Harlem, Georgia. Dustin Lee from Morristown, Tennessee, the 2008 Busa. Strange side of the track, Juan George from Kissimmee, Florida, on the 14 Busa. Dustin Lee away first with an 029 light. He's going to go to the rear end of the field, though. 883, 149.43, while Juan George goes 892, 148.02. Strange side goes 14 red, 891 with an 153.18 miles an hour. Willie Hebert Jr. from Luling, Louisiana. The 1990 Suzuki Gixxer runs 878 at 150.83. Here's Dan Rudd, Castleberry, Florida, the 2005 Suzuki Hayabusa. Jason Herron on the strange lane from Lexington, South Carolina, the 1984 Suzuki GS 1150E. Good looking old bike. Jason Herron, 004 on the light. About an 892.4, 142.09. That would have been a 28 package in eliminations. Dan Rudd goes 138 on the light, 896.2, 146.73. Kyle Fulgham from Adel, Georgia, just across the street. The 1978 Kawasaki. Summit Racing side. On the strange lane, however, we have Mr. Van Sant. Strange side of the track. Kyle Fulgham goes 014 to the red side. Super Eliminator, you're up next. Kyle Fulgham goes 847, 147 miles an hour. Van Sant goes 894.3, 155.63, and 036 light on the strange lane. Up next, we have Spencer Claycomb, the Amish outlaw from Rockford, Tennessee, the 2011 Suzuki Hayabusa on the Summit Racing side. I believe this is Sherrod Fulgham up here, strange side. 45 light for Spencer, 42 light for Sherrod. Wob, 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 wob. Dumping taters out of the lap. 894, 138.44 for Spencer. That'll put him pretty high up in the field. Corey Washington going to wrap up MTC's Super Comp. Not sure what's going on out there. 030 light, nice strong short time, a 130. Coast to 1286 at 55 to get the groceries, AKA a time slip. So anyway, here we go into Super Eliminator. Very strange class. Tends to be full of two-cycle machines, Widowmakers. And what I tend to call this class, is two-stroke eliminator. That's where everybody sinks in there. Launch of H2 750s here this year. We saw a gorgeous 1974 GT 750 Water Buffalo. Lost to trans. And between you and me, if you know what parts are like for a 1974 GT 750, they are made of a substance that we like to call unobtainium. Means that you can't obtain it. It is impossible to find. Well, I'm sure there's one running around there for like $1,000 or $1,100, maybe $1,200. You could find a nice used billet 5-speed Robinson for that. Save yourself about $1,200 more. You can have a nice brand new billet Robinson 5-speed. Or a transmission of your choice. That's typically what they run for a billet transmission, is $2,100, $2,200, $2,300. Depending. 2-speed, 3-speed, 4-speed, 5-speed, 6-speed. Pick your flavor. All right, here we are in Super Eliminator. From Austin, Texas on a 1972 H2 750 on the Summit Racing lane is Mark Seeley. This bike is freaking cool. Most of the H2 750s are like this. Kick start. Freaking awesome, if you ask me. Kick start in a 9-second drag bike, yeah. Rick Steinhardt from Rochester Hills, Michigan. 60 years old on God knows what. Says it's a Kawasaki motor. This is what Super Eliminator is all about. Experimentation. Do whatever you want. Yeah, baby. Twist that crank. Now, Mike Pendergrass, I kind of agree with you. We need to get some snowmobiles stuck in here. That would be sweet. We've just about got everything, including the kitchen sink, but the last thing we need is a snowmobile. Somebody's watching somewhere in the United States and you've got a snowmobile, bring that thing down here. Right here on US 41 in Cecil, Georgia. We'd love to see it. Mark Seeley doesn't stage in time. Rick Steinhardt gets down there, that gorgeous sounding ZX-10, 806, 159.51. Man, those things clear out your eardrums. Summit Racing, side of the track. I hope I'm doing fine. Ozzy, I hope I'm doing okay. Dave Boyd from Georgetown, Texas, the 72 H2 750. Got a pair of H2 750s sitting up here. I'll let you guys listen to this. Two-stroke power, nothing like it. 871, 146 for Dave Boyd. Summit Racing side, 927, 134 miles an hour. Chris Fastlane Raziel, Strange Lane side. Greensboro, North Carolina, said he's 60 plus on the tech card. 2009 1200 Sportster. Yes, 4 cycles are welcome in here. John Leffert from Georgetown, Texas, the 32-year-old bearing Paul gas leathers. Paul actually wore that suit for a while. 1972 Kawasaki H2 750. Summit Racing side. Man, that bike did not want to react. You hear that thing on the line? Had to make up its mind. 1072, 107 miles an hour. Oh, this will be cool. First ever, right? Joe Molyneux from Painesville, Ohio, the 1975 H2 750. Steve Chandler from Edgewater, Maryland, the 1972 H2 750. I can't tell you how much I'd pay to ride one of these bikes. I can't actually put a number on it. It'd be priceless. I rode a 75 RD 250 for a while, on the street and on the strip, and that thing was going to get me in trouble. That's all I know. Racers separated by 020, a 104 for Steve, 124 for Joe. 859, 145 miles an hour for Joe. Steve Chandler goes 924 at 137 miles an hour. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you're here at South Georgia Motorsports Park or in your house grabbing a cup of coffee, you might want to come grab a seat. Alex Hughes, Red Oak, Texas, 32-year-old on a 1972 Kawasaki H2. Strange side of the track with help of Bill Baxter. Summit Racing side is Jim Chongris, Mentor, Ohio native, 37 years old on a Kawasaki H2. Now, here's the thing. These are the world's first 7-second triples. two-stroke triples. If they run a side-by-side 7, it's the first ever. And they're after it. Boy, they're after it. Check this out. World first. They did it. First side-by-side, not only 7-second passes out of two-stroke bikes, but first side-by-side sub-790 passes. Alex Hughes goes 786, 167.99. Jim Chongris goes 789.6, 158.89. That is a world first. You just witnessed motorcycle drag racing history. The first ever side-by-side 7-second pass out of two strokes. Couldn't get more awesome. Larry Zintek from Abilene, Texas. 14 Kawasaki. Runs 862, 151.75. Tom Varney runs 894, 144.50. That wraps up Super Eliminator. Here we go into, let me see, Wiseco Street Fighter. Yeah, no problem. The 950 index. Summit Racing side, it's Brian Rudisil. Lafayette, Georgia. 34-year-old on a 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa, last of the first gens. Joshua Lemons from Pembroke, Georgia, 18-year-old on a Suzuki Hayabusa also. I halfway wish someone would keep tally of how many times we say those words in succession this weekend. Suzuki Hayabusa. I wish somebody would keep track. And even if I had a dime for every time I've said the word Suzuki Hayabusa, I'd probably have a nice retirement fund. Staged up, here comes the tree. That Pro Tree is tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky with a hand clutch. 897, 155.76 for Josh Lemons. 957, 140.3 run from Brian Rudisil. Josh Lemons going all the way to the back, thinking this is super comp. Jeff Nugent from Lafayette, Georgia, the 07 Busa. Summit Racing side, Chris Rolls from Lithia, Florida. 06 Busa. About a 954, 139.21 for Jeff Nugent. 967.6, 142 for Chris Rolls. Don Horta from Bradenton, Florida, the 19 Suzuki Hayabusa. Looks like a stock swing arm on that bike. You're going to see a lot of stock length bikes here in this class. Tom Lagasse on the Strange Lane, the Northport, Florida native, 44 years old on a 2016 Busa. Also, Randall Arch, if you're still watching, thanks for the kind words, buddy. I appreciate it. Don Horta goes deep. Tom Lagowski, 051 light. Horta goes 268. 966 to 137.15. Horta goes 989, 141.61. Ryan Johnson from St. Pete, Florida, 37-year-old on a 2006 Gixxer 1000. Wally Davis from Bristow, Virginia, the 2005 ZX10. On the strange lane, both of them looking for that magical 950 number. $59 light for Johnson, 157 for Wally Davis. About a 985, 143 for Ryan Johnson, 968, 115 with some problems for Wally Davis. Going to check that one out. Sounded like it went down on 3 holes. Summit Racing side from Keystone Heights, Florida is Roy Johnson. The 2006 Kawasaki ZX14. Strange lane is Eric Nettles Jr. from Tampa, Florida, 23-year-old on a 2001 Gixxer 1000. $55 light for Roy Johnson, $414 light for Eric Nettles Jr. How about a 952.7, 128.15 for Roy Johnson? That sticks him at number 1 for now. 954.7 for the other lane. Here's Nathan Wall, getting all stretched out and ready to go from Smyrna, Tennessee. 21-year-old on the Gixxer. T-Bone Terry Singleton from Clarkston, Georgia. On the strange lane, the 2017 Busa. 76 light for Nathan Wall, 250 for Terry Singleton. About a 945 with a 4, 136.86. Terry knew he was late. He was too busy cussing at himself in the helmet. Vance Howdyshell from Vero Beach, Florida. 58-year-old on the Buell EBR. Interesting sounding motorcycle. Howdyshell gets down there, 970 with a 6, 137.16. Summit Racing Lane, wow. Only 19 under, 951 with a 9. That'll stick them at the number 1 spot. Here's John Markham from Bowling Green, Kentucky. A little bit out of a tire for me. 2007 Busa on the strange lane. Joey Stevens on the Summit side from Portland, Tennessee, the 03 Busa. How about John Markham? There's 950 with an 8, 143.08, new number 1 spot there. Joey Stevens is 130 numbers under for the number 7 currently. John Upgrove from Keystone, Florida, 64-year-old on a 2005 ZX14. $49 light on the Summit side, 91 light on the Strange side for John Upgrove. About a 949 with a 5, 141.24, and I told you if this was the 10-0 index, John Upgrove would not be happy. 9 with 3 9s on the end of it. Jonah Allen from Louisville, 24-year-old on a Busa. Summit Racing side, Tyler Fisher from Buchanan, Michigan. First gen Busa over their Strange side. First year they made them too, 1999 model. $91 light on the Strange lane, 167 light on the Summit Racing side. At a 945.3, 139.88. But a 977, 139.11 for Jonah Allen. Barry Pryor from Chesapeake, Virginia, the 09 Busa. Summit Racing side, Ron Arnold on the strange lane. Bowling Green, Kentucky native, the 09 Gixxer 1000. 009 reaction time for Ron Arnold down there. 956 with a 3, 130.03, and you hear those guys swatting the throttle down there. Chuck and taters, shaking weight, scrubbing mile an hour, whatever you want to call it. Hey, Terry, you having a good night? Good to see you out here, man. Pablo Gonzalez, all the way from Carolina, Puerto Rico. Oh, man, Summit Racing Lane is perfect. Trip, zip. But an 887 with a 149.13. Pablo Gonzalez is 18 numbers under with 948.2, 142.82. And Summit Racing Lane still, trip, zip. That's nice just about any time. Just say, oh, hey, I can still do that. Dusty Brazel from Norman Park, the 08 ZX14. Summit Racing side with Jason Herron from Lexington, South Carolina, the 99 Busa. 47 for Brazel, 56 for Herron. Brazel goes 924 with a 3, 131.99. Jason Herron goes 960 with a 6, 138.66. All right, here we go into Star Racing Top Gas. The 820 bikes. Tom McCarthy showing me some still imagery from today. Gorgeous shots, gorgeous. Here we are in Star Racing Top Gas. Seth Buccieri from Loxahatchee, Florida. That's a mouthful. The 07 Suzuki Hayabusa. Summit Racing side, and on the strange lane we have Swan Cintron from Hudson, Florida. Got no idea how old he is. In fact, he wrote a question mark in that window on the timing card, on the tech card, excuse me. The 1979 Kawasaki. 820 the index here. 14 light for Seth. Juan gets away with a 56. Juan's number's looking much better for an 820. How about 823, 146.04. Seth is down there, 536 half track, 141.34. Goes 814 with a 4, 175 miles an hour. Ryan Schnitz on the left. 25 light for Schnitz, 134 short. 82 light on the Summit side. Look at Ryan Schnitz, 8.203. Look at the speed, 180.91 miles an hour. Here's my question. If you're the guy in the other lane and you're ahead of him by, say, 2/10 at the 8th mile and a 10th at the 1,000, how do you judge that? How? That's what I want to know. Right-hand side is 26 red. No info on the strange lane. How about an 810 with an 8, 160.84. Strange side runs 825 and another impressive speed of 170.06. On the strange side, here comes Trevor Schnitz. (16 years old) on the 2018 Schnitz Racing Gixxer 1000. Trevor Schnitz been going bad fast on that Gixxer 1000. Here goes Trevor Schnitz, a 124 short, 519 half. Goes 820 with a 5, 159.93. That puts Trevor Schnitz at the number 2 spot, right behind Ryan Schnitz with an 820 with a 3. Those boys are 3 and 5 under for the 1-2 right now. Leah Martinez from Centerville, Georgia, the 07 Busa Summit Racing side. Craig Adams from Brunswick, Ohio, 51 years old, on the 2015 Busa car tire bike. Super popular combo now in Top Gas. Tons and tons and tons of guys switching over to Hayabusa motors. Not only because of the fact that it's new, but the fact that it's a proven platform. Very, very solid platform to go racing on. I've seen some Hayabusas go 200 passes without having to be apart. Proven product. 11 light for Craig Adams. Leah Martinez spins the tire bad. Not even sure if she's still under power. Looks like she's not. About an 824.7, 163.06 for Craig Adams. And let Leah Martinez be an example. Please, please, please. If you believe your motorcycle is leaking a fluid of some sort, or if you even suspect it, do this exactly. Stop your bike as safe as you can and get it on the shoulder. Because the last thing we need is 5 quarts of pin grade scattered all the way down the racetrack. So we will attend to this motorcycle that has suspected issues, either with the drivetrain, the chains, so on and so forth. Things do happen. Race bikes tend to have a mood of their own. Also, going out there and scraping them up with a file or anything like that. But anyway, Jeff Smith on the live stream chat asking for the index of Top Gas. It is 8.20 seconds. It's the fastest quarter mile index class, but fastest altogether would be Grothis Drag Bike's Ultra 460, which if you take 460 and use the conversion factor, you'll get somewhere in the 670s or 680s. Robin Procopio on the Summit lane. Good looking Tester Racing Engines Hayabusa on the Strange lane. Vincent Tester, if you're watching, how you doing, man? Been a while. Need to sit down and have a chat sometime. Anyway, guys, if you're watching from home and you have a question, feel free to ask in the chat, in the live chat. I am watching. 28 light for Robin, 58 for the Strange lane. Robin looking awful strong down there. Oh, yeah, 809, 159.40. She was 507 through the half, 116 short. Shane Cunningham from Naples, Florida, the 2014 Kawasaki. Strange side of the track. Summit Racing side, Mr. Clark. Trees down, here we go. 64 light Summit side, 41 for Shane Cunningham. Summit Racing side awful strong at the 8th mile, 811, 152 miles an hour. Shane Cunningham, 812, 4, 162, 47. Both of these guys going to be going to the back. Here's one of the toughest guys in bracket racing when it comes to motorcycles. Ralph Medrano Jr. from Davie, Florida, the 19 GSXR 1000 body. Summit Racing side, purging the nitrous. Ricardo Marte from Orlando, Florida, the 49-year-old on an 08 Busa on the Strange lane. Medrano on a 7-inch no-bar bike. Super soft 60-foot, 136. Pow! Pow! Spray that nitrous, 826.5, 173.47. Man, that is blistering fast. Ricardo Marte is still waiting for him to get off the track down there. Looks like he's under power, however. Hey, Pablo, how we doing? One of the Puerto Ricans down here for Man Cup. Pablo's been over here in the States for quite a while. Here's George Jones from Hefzibah, Georgia, 61-year-old on a Kawasaki ZX12. 1,500 cc's in the frame rails. Looks like a Rick Ward Vortex 2 head mounted on top. Steven Fuentes from Orlando, Florida, the 05 Busa. Steven Fuentes relying on the turbo. George Jones using displacement. The 1500 along with the Rick Ward Vortex 2, I know, is a great combination for top gas. Vortex 2 initially designed to be a pro stock head. They did use it for a while. Then it wound up on several of the top gas and Sportsman machines. Lots of nitrous machines. It's a great cylinder head. It's even on some top fuel bikes. 76 light for Steven, 154 for George Jones. There's 824, 153.16. Steven Fuentes, 142 short, 538, 140 through half, 817, 170 miles an hour. Out of the Turbo Busa. Brian Dale, Summit Racing side. I'm not sure if that's Brian or not. I can't see very well at night. Harvey Hubbard from Sedley, Virginia, the 62-year-old on the 2000 Koenig Suzuki F16 chassis. Lights are down, 162 light for the Summit Racing side, 201 for Harvey Hubbard. 831.7, 155.35 for Harvey. 866, 153.63 for Summit Racing side. From Akron, Ohio, it's Carlo Testa. 41-year-old on the Suzuki Hayabusa. On the strange lane, it's Richard McManus from Hermitage, Tennessee. On the Kawasaki ZX9 body. 820, the number again here. And McManus is burning him down. He took every bit of 7 seconds because it fouled him out. Carlo Testa was over there burning his motor up trying to get down the track. .112 light for Carlo, 132 for McManus. Carlo Testa gets down there, runs 827, 159.70, but McManus 821 with a 3, 154.74. How about that one? That'll be a good one. That sticks him right in the number 3 spot, 13 numbers under. Matt Smith from Memphis, Tennessee, the 36-year-old. Aboard the Kawasaki Summit Racing side. On the strange lane from Jacksonville, Florida, the 2016 Suzuki rider of Richard Holder. Right now, number 1 qualifier, still Ryan Schnitz, 3 above. Trevor Schnitz, 5 above for number 2. Richard McManus, 13 above for number 3. Juan Cintron, 32 above for number 4, and Craig Adams, number 5, 47 above. .006 light for Matt Smith. 123 short, 531 half, 129 miles an hour. There's 850 with a 1, 154.92. Richard Holder goes lots under. 48 numbers under, 162.43, 815.2 the elapsed time. 517, 134.40, 120 short. Said everything about an 820 pass, but it picked up 50 numbers out back. Doug Fisher from Beaver Springs, Michigan on the strange lane, the 1982 Suzuki. On the summit lane, we have Charles Mackey from Paducah, Kentucky. Kawasaki ZX-10 body car tire bike. $64 red for Charles Mackey, $113 green for Doug Fisher. Mackey's 125 short, Fisher's 21 short. How about an 823.7, 158.52, 520 half with 135.28 in the bag for Charles Mackey. 121 short, 523 half, 130.89, 832, 155.20 for Doug Fisher. Dustin Lee from Morristown, Tennessee, the 08 Busa. He's got two bikes that look exactly the same, and you know what? I still would pay to understand how Dustin Lee tells them apart. Summit Racing side. Strange lane. Good looking old Kawasaki over there. 42 green for Dustin Lee, 125 green for the strange lane. Lee is 143 short, the strange lane is 114. How about a 497, 136 half for the strange lane for a 796 out back. Way under, and Dustin Lee goes exactly 50 numbers under at 163.79. Again, 527 half, looking real good for an 820. Tom Clemmy from Davenport, the 87 Suzuki Summit Racing side. Ronnie Woodall Sr. from Pleasant View, Tennessee, the 08 Kawasaki strange side. Yeah, whole bunch of top gas bikes here. Whole bunch. 17 light for Woodall, 21 for Clemmy. They want it. 114 short for Ronnie, 128 for Tom. Ronnie Woodall is 5 flat through the half. 807, 150. He's way under. Tom Clemmy gets the better half of it. 128 short, 528 half, 134.87. 827.3, 161.02. And when I say half, that's half track incrementals or 8-mile incrementals for you guys watching here or sitting at home. Barry Pryor from Chesapeake. 820 the number down there on the summit side. 68 green for Barry Pryor. Pete Chongris from Mentor, Ohio on the opposite side. Chongris is 116 short, 511 half, 807 out the back. And check out Barry Pryor, says, give me that number one spot, Ryan Schnitz. 142 short, 527 half, 820 with a 2, 160.73 out the back. That's what I'm talking about. So when you hear me say like 116 short, that's a 1.16 second elapsed time to the 60-foot cone. Short time, if you're wondering what short is. Mike Poyela. Poyela? I'll figure that one out. 27 light Summit Racing side. 20 light on the strange side. 120 short for Mike. 124 the strange lane. 506 1 half. 805.5 for Mike. Man, I'm telling you, these guys are going way under. No holds barred. 124 short on the strange side. 529 half. A little bit off there. 853, loses a couple numbers out back. Here's Rodney McFarland from Pensacola, the 09 Busa. Well, that ain't a Busa, I tell you what. That looks like a Gixxer 1000 to me. Summit Racing Lane, I could be wrong. Corey Washington from Palm City, Florida. The 2003 Athanas chassis, strange side of the racetrack, unique looking bike. 46 for Corey, 58 for Rodney. Corey's 115 short, Rodney's 125 short. 819 1, 159 for Corey with a 514 8 half. Rodney McFarland's 125 short, 520 with a 9 half. 819 3, 154.60. Both of those guys going to the back of the line by less than 100. All right, got a Grudge single here. That wraps up qualifying round number 1 of Top Gas. Barry Pryor sitting pretty. Number 1 being 2 above. Ryan Schnitz, 3 above. Trevor Schnitz, 5 above. Richard McManus, number 4, with 13 above. And Juan Cintron with 32 above. The top 5 are separated by 30 thou. Not terrible. Not terrible by any means. All right. Got a Grudge single rolling up here. Here's John Markham on the left. John Carter on the Summit Racing side. Looks like we're still set in Star Racing Top Gas. This is our last pair in Star Racing Top Gas. John Markham and John Carter going at it here. Markham's 14 light, 119 short. Carter 56, 124 short. Markham's way fast down there, 5'11 half, 813.8 out the back, 158.93. Carter 124 short, 517 half for 825.9 out back, 143.76. All right. Here we go for Street ET time trials. This is the first time trial for Street ET. Liska Racing Street ET making the run now. Vance and Hyde's Racing V20T, you guys should be up here also. And then, of course, let's not forget MPS Pro ET. You guys should be in the lanes also. All right, Street ET getting their time run in. This is time run number 1. We'll have another time run tomorrow morning. Sportsman will also have another qualifying session. And then soon to follow that is Pro, the second round of Pro qualifying. We'll be running after that. Marie Borowski, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Marie Borowski to the staging lanes right away. Also, people, important point, if you've got your bike in the staging lanes, stay with it. Just a time run getting in here for the Street ET guys. Street ET, you can get just about any old everyday street bike in here as long as it's got a hand clutch. No launch control, so on, so on, so on. No electronics, hand clutch. You get it. And look at Cameron Colby down there, ran 8:46 at a Bill 59. There's some fast bikes in here. I will say that. There are some damn fast bikes in here. Ross Brown goes 003 on the tree. 141 short, 576 half, goes 904, 147 miles an hour. John Loney goes 20 red, 151 short, 661 half, a 1059, 120.53 out back. This bike sounds a little bit different. Chuck Woolen from Reddick, Florida. The 2014 Yamaha FZ07. Inline triple, 4-stroke triple. .029 light for Chucky. Chris Doty goes 209. How about a 999 with a 130.29. Not a very big motor at all, so anything sub 10 seconds is very impressive. 17-year-old Tate Horta, the 1999 Suzuki Marauder Summit Racing side. Spencer Allen from Cape Coral, Florida, the 2016 Aprilia Dorsoduro 750cc V-twin. 44 light for Spencer, 13 red for Tate Horta. About a 12:15, 107.40 for Spencer. Tate Horta runs 14:14, 88.72 miles an hour. You've got a low 12-second dual sport. There's nothing wrong with that. That's actually pretty flippin' impressive. Austin Bridge from Bealton, Virginia, 21-year-old on the, 2012 ZX14. Pink wheels. I freaking dig that. Daryl Pellin from Milton, Florida, the 06 Kawasaki ZRX 1200. That's not a ZX14. Both of them are red, but not much. 4 red for Austin Bridge, 6 red for Daryl Pellin. That's 006 and 004 red. 869.2, 151.66 for Austin Bridge. Out of 979, 139.75 for Daryl. Quite the handful of an audience out there on Motor Mania TV. If you guys have any questions, please leave them in the live chat on YouTube. I'll do my best to answer them. Or if you just want to sit down and BS about something, I'm open to that as well. Great time for that during time trials. Of course, during eliminations, we won't be able to say a whole lot, but if you have a conversation topic that you'd like to cover, I'll do my best to get to it. Let's open it up a little bit. Let's talk about something down there in the live chat. More than open to it. Ronnie Trainham from Suffolk, Virginia, the 28-year-old on a 2017 GSXR 1000. Brian Rudisil from Alafahay, Georgia. Strange lane of the racetrack. I'll never forget the day I learned how to say Alafahay. I thought it was Alapaha. What time on tomorrow? Friday is today. Saturday is tomorrow. 9 a.m. we begin Street ET with Street ET time trial number 2. V20 ET time trial number 2 and Pro ET time trial number 2. And then we go into qualifying round number 2 of Sportsman, which the run order there will be Growth of Strag Bikes Ultra 460, MTC Super Comp, Super Eliminator, Wiseco Street Fighter, and Star Racing Top Gas. Following them at 12:30. That is a hard time also. 12:30, we will be running Top Fuel, Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, JE Pistons Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open. Let me see. I know we've got a sponsor on Pro Stock. I keep forgetting. I have it written down. We have Robert Toll Pro Stock after that, APE Pro Street, and then Shinko WPS Real Street. I've got to give Nelson Hoyos another copy of the run orders and everything. Run orders, run orders. Hey, here's how we're gonna do things, okay? That's what that piece of paper says. Okay. Glenn Monk says, do you think the breakage on the line that a couple of the Pro Stock bikes had could be caused by the amount of prep being used? I understand the NHRA cut back on the amount of prep on national events. That's a good topic. I believe that could be part of the issue. I believe that could be part of the issue. And also, all the times I listed earlier are in Eastern Standard Time. So adjust aptly for wherever you are in the world. But I believe, yes, prep could lead to that. And Steve Johnson came up here and had a conversation with me, said, hey, just tell everyone what's going on because we kind of feel like fish out of water here. We're not used to dealing with a track like this that's so tight. Wild Weasel 64. Is Pro Street running tonight, or did I miss it? I believe that's you, Randall. We ran them earlier. If you back up a little bit in the stream, you'll see them. Pretty sure. Okay. Marie Corbett, we need you to the motorcycle in the staging lanes. Marie Corbett, you need to be at your motorcycle in the staging lanes. Again, racers, please stay with your motorcycles. If your bike is in the staging lanes and you're not double classing, stay with it. Because I'm telling you, come tomorrow when we get into eliminations, we're not going to hold anything back. We're just going to run without you. Freddie Barriero from Miami, Florida, the 2011 Yamaha V-Star. 0:11 reaction time against Chris Rolls from Lithia, Florida, the 06 Busa with a 32 light. 9:55, 143.28 for Chris. Freddie runs 12:82 at 105.64. Not bad for a big V-twin cruiser. Okay, Fred Ford asks, what is the schedule for the rest of this evening? Well, we are currently in the Street ET time runs. We're in the Liska Racing Street ET time runs. Next, we're moving into the Vance & Hines Racing V-Twin ET time runs. And then right after that, we're moving into the MPS Pro ET time runs. And then we're hoping to secure by 10:30 tonight. Hoping to, we say. Because we have a ton. I mean an actual metric ton. A ton of Pro ET bikes and Street ET bikes. There are a ton of these guys. Natty Nat, yes, there are plenty of women racers here. Again, all times I just gave you are in Eastern Standard Time. Remember that. Any times I give you are in Eastern Standard Time. Craig Collins. My good friend from the land down under. Man, I'm missing you right about now. And trust me, Craig, I in fact did not forget the one piece that we spoke about. Okay, username Chicken Legs Black. Oh, that's funny. They ask, why do most wheelie bar side panels and few don't? Why do most use wheelie bar side panels and few don't? Is it for aerodynamics or what? I wouldn't say so. It's more or less just personal preference. Adam Ouija, how you doing, buddy? What are your thoughts on Pro Open and Top Fuel? It's interesting. Very interesting. We have seen so many fast passes out of those bikes. And I'm telling you, this is going to be a historic weekend with as good as the weather is. Man, we've already seen a slew of 630s and 620s. I mean, low 620s out of those bikes. Adam Reagan asks, how's the married life? I will say this, it is both fun and challenging. It's great, don't get me wrong. But I have to be careful on what I say because my wife is sitting 15 feet away from me. She's giving me kind of that teacher's eye. She comes from a family of teachers. So, yeah, I've got to tread lightly on that one. I'm the one that cooks a lot. We both cook about the same. Although I am dying for a freaking dishwasher. I'm telling you, I would pay $1,000 for a dishwasher right now. Yep, Street ET. Here's Donnie Huffman. Here's something special. Strange side of the racetrack. That is a 2020 Harley-Davidson Livewire electric bike. I don't know how to feel about this. I don't know how to feel about an electric motorcycle. Joey Stevens from Portland on a 2003 Busa. He's on the Summit side. 184 light for Donnie Huffman. Twist the throttle, 184 short. Runs 733 at 96 at the half. 1156 at 110 miles an hour. Instant torque for that 184 short time. Adam Weege also asked, do you know what pulley came off of Mitch's bike? I've got no idea. As much as I would like to be involved with a bunch of the crews around here and get to details, especially on the off days like Wednesday and Thursday, I'm telling you, it's kind of difficult to be up here all the time, but I dig it. Freaking love this stuff. Anyway, Bradley Groth has just sent me a message. Dude, tell people who I am. Anyway, my name is Jacob Green. I come from Wichita. 23 years old. I was a mass communications major in college. Picked up announcing in 2015 just kind of on the off chance. And I was like, you know, I kind of like this. Somehow I wound up here. All right. That was a nice phone call. Thanks, Ed. Ed Groth was giving me a phone call. He's like, oh, wait, were we behind? Yeah, my phone is freaking blowing up right now. But yeah, I got into it with Ed Grothus here some 3 or 4 years ago at a PMRA race. We were talking about the Manufacturers Cup and what all was going on there. I just kind of thought on the off chance, I was like, well, I kind of want to get a hold of somebody and see if I got a shot. And sure enough, I got a hold of Dave Schnitz, and he said, oh, you need to call Jay Regan about that. Jay Regan and I got together that April, and he said, "Yeah, come on down. Let's see what you got." You know, ever since I've fallen more and more in love with the sport of motorcycle drag racing and drag racing as a whole. So it kind of went up from there. Looks like our last motorcycle in Street ET. But Ed Grothus gave me a call. Said, "Hey man, just keep it up. Great stuff." Ed Grothus is the man behind Grothus Drag Bikes, and ultimately the man behind Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Here's Ken Kobe, the 2008 Biketown Harley-Davidson chopper. Goes 008 red, 1293 at 102.58. Man, that's something different. Seeing choppers drag races, there's something fun about it. It's like donk racing. Got these great big cars with 33-inch wheels on them going down the racetrack and making 9-second laps. Here's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see a 124-inch Milwaukee 8 in the frame rails of that bike. Here's Dead Bear Machini from Stuart, Florida. 2001 Harley Davidson with 116 cubic inches in the frame rails. Man, he is roasting that thing, no mercy. Yeah, leaving half his tire back there. Ronnie Harris from Harahan, Louisiana, 49 years old on a 2003 Harley-Davidson Sportster 1200. Strange side of the racetrack. Now, I'm not a Harley guy by any means, but how hard those 1200cc Sportsters run is out of this world. Light modifications and a hot ignition. You've got an 11-second motorcycle. .38 red for Dead Bear. Ronnie Harris goes 154 green. Like I told you, 1150, 113.45 for Ronnie Harris. Dead Bear Machini with some problems on the starting line. Joe Galati on Painesville, Ohio. Yo 6 Harley Dyna Wide Glide. On the strange lane from Georgetown, Tennessee, it's Crosby Blair. We are in V-Twin ET here. Yeah. Also, I owe a big thanks to Ed Grothus because he's the one that said, "Hey man, why don't you give this a shot?" I've always felt that I'm a little bit in debt to Ed, but you know, great guy, and he's led me to great things. Freaking great, man. Oh man. Robert Mann asks, "Are the guys from Aruba there this year? They are fun to watch and they have a ball." Unfortunately, no. With the coronavirus going around and all, and a lot of people aren't even able to get visas to come over here. And they would be required, if they did travel, to quarantine for at least 10 days. It's definitely noticeable that the Arubans aren't here this year. And had they been here in force like they were last year, our turnouts would likely have been the biggest in history. Would have been 100+ in Street ET, I'm sure of it. Those guys do have a ball down here. Trying to keep up with those guys, whew, you just can't do it. John Ard from Indianapolis, Indiana, the 2015 Honda CTX 700. Automatic cruiser bike. Twist the throttle and go. Like a scooter almost. Donnie Huffman from Lakeland, Florida, the 2005 Harley Davidson Destroyer. .966, 133.59. Great numbers out of a Destroyer. Ken Kobe on the left-hand side. This will wrap up V-Twin ET, Vance & Hines V-Twin ET. Ken Kobe from Austintown, Ohio, the Bike Town Harley Davidson Chopper. $12.93 at 102.71. We are going to move into MPS Pro ET, and this is likely, you know what? No, it's not just likely, it is the biggest class of the week. Because let me tell you, we don't have bikes just stacked up in the staging lanes. We've got them stacked up all the way down the ramp and then some. I bet we've got Pro ET bikes down there in Paul Gast's pit. This is where you're going to see everything, including the kitchen sink. Going to see a whole lot of bar bikes in here. Whole lot of delay boxes in here. This is the toughest level of competition when it comes to dial-in bracket racing in motorcycle drag racing altogether. David Fletcher, the ever tough Mr. Fletcher. 1980 Kawasaki. Summit Racing side on the strange lane, it's Mike Lakowski from Fleming Island, Florida. The 1983 Suzuki. You're going to see a ton of slick and bar bikes in here. This is what it used to take to run in the 8-second range. Now all you can do is go up there, buy a Hayabusa off the showroom floor, slap a power commander and a swing arm on it. Then you got an 8-second bike. Lakowski is 17 green. Fletcher is 62. Mike Lakowski runs 892, 143.87. David Fletcher, look at that, 9.907, 126.64. Man, that'd be good if you were running 990 index. Super gas. Super gas bike like there. Dana Deck over here, Raynell, South Carolina. 1,155 cubic centimeters in the frame over there, Summit Racing side. Bill Johnson on the strange lane. The 1980 Kawasaki with some modern power in the frame rails. Took a look at it, can't quite tell what it is, if it's a ZX10 or a ZX14. Bill Johnson goes 36 on the tree. Dana Delk is 180 on the tree. 874, 146 for Bill Johnson. Dana gets down there, 10:59, 112 off the throttle. Ron Raymond, 2014 cow on the Summit Racing side. Here's Robert Zaveski, very prevalent Midwest racer. Strange lane on the racetrack. Seen him plenty at my local tracks. Raymond, Nebraska native. Kawasaki KZ 1000 power in the frame rails. Robert Zaveski's 001 off the line. Raymond's 38 on the line, about an 835, 152.54. Robert Zaveski goes 904, 143 miles an hour. 9.0s, those were pro stock numbers, say 35, 40 years ago, somewhere in there. Thomas the Turtle Cole, Davenport, Iowa, wants to send a special thanks to his wife, KPM, MPS Racing, and Bill Bowlers Racing. Summit Racing side, Damian Solis from Hudson, Florida, the 24-year-old on a 2003 Hayabusa. The Turtle Cole goes 016 red, 878, 146 miles an hour. Damian Solis is 78 to the green side, 896 at 147. Bruce Sampson from Forest Lake, Minnesota, the 1980 Kawasaki Summit side. Bob Foster from Shearerville, 2008 Kawasaki. Bob Foster is 17 on the light, 125 short. 758, 178 miles an hour. That's quick for an ET bike. 812, 157 miles an hour for Bruce Sampson. Bob Foster knows how to upset some people. That kind of elapsed time with that kind of speed, yeah. That'll creep up on you real quick. Rhea Smith from Seneca, South Carolina, the 2013 Kawasaki ZX-14 Summit Racing side. Corey Washington from Palm City, Florida, Strange side. The 1985 Suzuki powered bike. Corey Washington is 006 on the tree. Goes 875, 152.81. Rhea Smith is 88 on the tree, 133 short, 578 half at 121. 9084 backdoor, 145.94. Not sure on how many total entries. We'll get back to you on that one tomorrow morning if you're watching around 9 o'clock Eastern. Here's Joey Brandgard, the 2020 Busa. Tester Racing engines, power in the frame rails. 003 light. Dwayne Leachman from Wildwood, Florida, is 001 red, 877.9, 149.08. They wanted that tree. Harry Adams from Brunswick, Ohio, the 2015 Busa. Summit Racing side. Strange lane, there's Tyler Fisher from Buchanan, Michigan. The 1999 Busa with a back half conversion. 25 green for Adams, 48 for Fisher. 814.9, 159.25 for Gary Adams. 9082, 147.52 for Fisher. Summit Racing side is Mike Scott from Crowley, Texas, the 2001 Kawasaki. Summit Racing lane, Marty White from Grove City, Ohio, the 1994 Suzuki Katana. Strange lane. 32 for Mike Scott, 26 for Marty White. And an 873, 161 miles an hour for Marty White. That's a fast Katana. I can't say I've ever seen a Suzuki Katana go that fast. 923, 137 for Mike Scott. Here comes Tom Clemmy, Davenport, Iowa native, the 1973 Kawasaki Z1 Summit side. Alexis Baker on the Strange Lane, Berrien Springs, Michigan native woman. 21 years of age, bracket racing here in Pro ET at the Manufacturers Cup. We are currently in MPS Pro ET. MPS Pro ET is where we're at. 864, 147 for Tom. 13 light. Alexis Baker throws an 18 on the table. 868, 147.41. Here's Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. 89 Suzuki over there. Strange side. Looks like we've got a ZX14 over there. 40 light on the Strange Lane. 39 on Summit Racing side. .904, 145 miles an hour for Joe. 39 on the tree, 855 on an 040 for the Strange Lane. Blair Field from Denver, North Carolina, the 2015 Busa Summit Racing side. Dan Rudd on the Strange Lane from Castleberry, Florida. The 2005 Busa. If you're wondering who MPS Racing is, that's the man himself right there. All right, Calvin Mason from Chickasaw, Alabama. Summit Racing side, the 1990 Kawasaki. Perry Paw from Bedford, Ohio, the 1999 Hayabusa Strange Lane. Mason's 48, Paw is 54. .883 with a 9, 154.76 for Perry. Calvin Mason goes 894.6, 143.60. Here's Jesse Baker, Newton Falls, Ohio. On the Strange Lane, the 2000 Kawasaki. Got the Griffith camp over here, Summit Racing side. Also, to reinforce this, we need taillights, taillights, taillights. A Harbor Freight flashlight taped to the wheelie bars will do. As long as we can see it, it works. Jesse Baker's 18. Summit Racing side is 21 on the tree. How about an 821 with a 7, 155.45. 511 through the half. Jesse Baker is 524 after the 018 light and a 121 short, 840 at 151. Gary Pelshin from Milton, Florida. The 2006 Kawasaki Summit Racing side. Stephen Knight from Wake Forest, North Carolina, 35 years old on the 2013 Busa. Both of them are trigger happy. 21 red for Stephen Knight, 79 red for Derry Pelican. Wow, 877.3, 142.70 for Derry. 847, 158 miles an hour for Stephen Knight. Tony Johnson from Dothan, Alabama, the 05 Gixxer 1000 Summit Racing side. Dustin Lee from Morristown, Tennessee, the 08 Busa Strange Lane. I tell you, he's a tough customer. $26 light for Dustin, $38 for Tony. Tony Johnson gets out there and has some issues. 879, 151.44 for Dustin. Tony Johnson gets out there and shuts it off early. 633 through the half at 106, 1007, 130 miles an hour out back. Here is James Henson from Orlando, Florida, the 2007 Kawasaki ZX-14. So, Justin Judy asks, so with index racing, if they run faster than the index, what does that mean? If they run faster than the index, they lose the run. The object of index racing is to run as close to that index as you can without going faster than said index. If you go faster than said index, even by 1,000th of a second, you lose, plain and simple. So 819 with a 9 on the 820 index would be considered a loss. However, that can somehow be reversed. Say your opponent goes out there and hits a wall or crosses the center line. That is grounds for the win light being handed back over. But that is the only case in which that can happen. Also, if you red light and your opponent does the same, crosses the center line or hits the wall, the win light will also be handed back to you. But if they go down there and break out and you break out, say it's a double breakout, whoever broke out by less, whoever was closer to the index, even though they were both under, will still win the race. Say Racer A runs 8:17.9, Racer B runs 8:18.1. Racer B would win the pass by 0:02, being further behind. And I'll put it to you this way, if you have a 003 light and your opponent has a 63 light, you get down there and take the stripe by a whole bunch and then some change. That's what we call being a stripe hog. I do not believe there are stretch length rules. All I know is you have to be running a streetable trim. As long as you're running a street tire with a hand clutch, working headlight and tail lamps. That's a street ET bike. Yeah, Robert Zavetsky and Mike Scott are down here. You'll like this one. Chatty Mac Townsend is in the house with Louis Brown. I saw them hanging out down here. I'm like, what are you guys doing here? Aren't you guys supposed to be back in Oklahoma or something? Also, good news. The DME camp is en route. We'll be here late tonight or early tomorrow. DME is on the way. We're going to see a Pro Street Festival tomorrow. Thank you, Gator. I appreciate that much. I knew I could run my mouth, but I didn't know I could be that good. You know? I have a good time doing this. I really do. I have as much fun doing this as I do drag racing. I've been 870 to 156 through the quarter. It is just as much fun doing this. Mike Hamby from Gaines, Louisiana, Summit Racing side, the 85 Suzuki powered machine. Mike Neerhoof from Youngstown, New York, the 86 ZX10. They're 38 and 33 apiece. 885, 143 miles an hour for Hamby. 894 for Neerhoof. No 33 light, 144 miles an hour. Again, if you guys have any conversation topics or any questions, please shoot them my way. 7 light for Ann Richter. Should we call her James Bond? Ann Richter runs 945, 128. Willie Hebert goes 039 on the tree. 137 short, 992, 128. Here's Carlo Testa, but first we've got some reds on the track. Gonna make sure we don't have anything down there. Looks like we've got just a little bit of fuel or lacquer thinner coming out. That's what they do. They lay a little bit of alcohol or lacquer thinner down and then mop it up. Won't really mess with the prep there. I'm just saying, if you're down there being a stripe hog, I'm going to call you out for it. You get down there and you've got 50 on the guy. I mean, yeah, I'll give that to you. But if you get down there and break out, you take so much stripe, I will get on to you about that. Gator, I've been doing this for specifically Man Cup. This is my 3rd year with the Manufacturers Cup. Hard to believe. But this is my 5th year doing motorcycles. I started in 2015 with PMRA. Did the entire season down there for a while. It's something I'm definitely pursuing. I'm in talks with a lot of people. I can say that much. I could definitely make a career out of it. I'm looking to do that. Carlo Testa and Don Richter making the way down. Carlo's away with an 085, 886 to 150 miles an hour. Don Richter, 051, goes 899, 136.39. Robert Mann says that track will rip your shoes off. What I can say is that it'll rip them more than just your shoes off. It'll rip your shoes off, then it'll rip your socks off. Then when you fall down, it'll rip your shirt off. Whoa! Whoa! Shane Cunningham stands it up on the back wheel and says, hey, I don't like that. Alrighty. How about it, Tom? You ready for this?
MPS Pro ET racing in progress right now. Shane Cunningham just wrapped up a pass in the left lane, and we are moving on down the line. Marshall Hutchinson and Mike Perry of Venice, Florida will go at it next. Everybody working so hard today. It takes teamwork to make the dream work. And they are just absolutely killing it out there. Still got a bunch of motorcycles in the lanes, and that's the way we like it. Hutchinson Right lane, 013 reaction time. Great cut on that light. And he boogies down the right lane. Clips the clocks at a 9:10 at 141 mile an hour. Mike Perry clocks in with an 8:64 at 148. And this is a time trial, essentially, all right? This is not really qualifying. Our ET program this weekend, Liska Racing Street ET, MPS Pro ET, and Vance and Hines V Twin, they are all getting a hit tonight. They're all going to get one hit tomorrow. And then Sunday, they go at it for real, which is a departure from how we've done things in the past, but it's effective. Ryan Schnitz gets on that pipe and makes it work. Tyler Lowe with a red light start by 005. Schnitz clocks him with an 059 reaction time. Goes 8:25 at 180 miles an hour. Jacob Green is so right about that. How do you judge a bike coming up behind you at a $180? Hello. It's like having a freight train come at you. And the answer is you can't. In drag racing, there are racers who race other racers. Then there are racers out there who go out there and they race their own program every lap. They don't race anybody but themselves. And it's all in how you approach the sport. It's all in how you approach it. Trevor Schnitz, 0.139 reaction. Stewart takes him to school with an 042. Trevor goes 8:19 with a 4 at a 160. Clearly, the Schnitz Racing clan is accustomed to high speeds. And that they are. And Dave Schnitz is here with us this weekend with his lovely wife. Good to have Schnitz Racing in the house. Gladys Loney, left lane. Seth Bucchieri, Pro ET racer in the right lane from Waxahachie, Florida. 2007 Suzuki Hayabusa. Orange motorcycle in the right lane. Pulls it into there. Red light start for Gladys. One of our V-Twin Harley guys. Also racing here in MPS Pro ET. Hats off to the South Georgia Motorsports staff for their tremendous hard work today and all weekend. We got more to follow, but I'll tell you, we've been kicking it here since Wednesday, Thursday. Today is Friday. And the last 3 days have been a lot of hard work and a whole lot of fun. And that carries on. We're ready for tomorrow. Saturday we'll wrap up qualifying and Sunday go into eliminations. So we're still at it. Dennis Padilla, left lane, 924 at 148 on that test pass. Ronnie Harris out of Harrison, Louisiana. On the Harley Davidson in the right lane, had a 010 reaction time. Kobe be happy to hear that. He likes having company. He likes having tough customers out there. Makes you work harder. It's good for you. Good for the competition. Pablo Gonzalez of Puerto Rico. Pablo laying on a good number there with a 934 at 023 reaction time in the right lane. Jeff Jeffrey out of Bettelton, Virginia. He clocked in with an 8:22 on that pass. And our next pair up starts Corum, John Carter. Carter out of Blythewood, South Carolina. Corum out of Sterling, Virginia. Corum in the left lane. Both racers staging very carefully. Then here comes the tree. 0:25 reaction time by Carter and 0:55 by Corum. Those reaction times are going to be critical on Sunday come race day. They'll separate the winners from the guys who are going home early. See, in bracket racing, it's not just how close you can run to your number, it's aggregate. So whatever your reaction time is, that gets added on to your actual elapsed time. Because your reaction time is how long it takes you to leave the line and start the timer. It's not just the timing of the starting line to the finish line, it's both. You add them together. Whoever has the quickest, closest time wins. So reaction time means everything out there. It's so important. Of course, the red light starts an immediate foul, and then you're all done. Don Chavos out there. Look at those leathers and the beauty of that motorcycle. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Chavos is in the water, left lane. Okay, out on the starting line, John Loney and Billy Dunn. Red light start for Loney. Red light start for Joan Loney by 0:27. Billy Dunn with an 0:65 reaction time. Goes 8:88 with a 3. That'd be real handy if we were still running crazy 8s, but we're not. We will just carry on with the program here. Don Chavos, Murfreesboro, Tennessee, 2006 Hayabusa. Boo Brown, always a class act. Excellent racer. See him out there in 460. Now he's out here in Pro ET. Gunning for the big bucks this weekend. 0:20 reaction time, Chavos, and 0:22 reaction time. Both racers right on that number. .813 at 160 miles an hour for Boo Brown. He's got some top gas power there. And Chavos with a 9:48 at 144. His 0:22 reaction time shows that Don Chavos is definitely on his game. Mr. Chavos has been racing a very long time. A very accomplished racer. And he passes on those skills. We'll talk more about that tomorrow. I've got a very good bio on him. We will work with that. Ralph Madrano. MPS Pro ET Racing. Ralph is in the left lane. Austin Broge with a red light start by 25. Let's make it 50. Madrano 031 RT. Wardell Pickney, Sterling, Virginia, with a 2005 Kawasaki in the left lane. And Tommy Guzin. Guzin looking over his shoulder. Guzin is in the right lane. No name across the back of the shoulder blades. Now that's interesting. Ken Kobe's up there right behind him videoing him. Kobe's a cool character. He studies his opposition well. Friends, too. Always looking for an advantage. Tommy Guzin on the Kawasaki, 048 reaction time. Goes 885 at 142. That 048 reaction time tells me he's been down this racetrack more than once. He knows where he's going with his reaction times. Got some sly dogs out there. Sharks in the water, I promise. Lane's getting thin out there. We're getting down to it. Eric Birchfield with a red light start. Ricardo Marte out of Orlando, Florida. Marte with an 057 reaction time, 944 with a 4 at 140. Marte will be serving notice tomorrow, I promise you. Very stout racer. Very, very, very stout racer. Speaking of headhunters, Dusty Brazel in the water in the left lane. Mr. What a Graphic. What a racer he is, too. Really, he is a tough customer. We got a bunch of them here this weekend. Ronnie Woodall Sr., 910. 143 as Dusty puts it up on the lights. Speaking of What a Graphic, hats off to Dusty and his crew at What a Graphic. Jennifer Alexander did a great job at the graphics. Robin Procopio's motorcycle looks great. That matches her leathers perfectly. That looks really good. Dusty Brazel, 878 with a 7. That .109 reaction time for Dusty is uncharacteristic. He usually cuts that tree closer than that. But I guarantee you he's just stretching his legs right now. He'll be a lot more serious about this come eliminations. You won't see any 100 type reaction times from Dusty on that. Robin Procopio, .201 reaction on an 047 for a racer in the left lane. Robin hits the clock with an 8.0 at 159. 877 with a 144 in the left lane. That's some fast company out there. Interesting thing about drag racing, motorcycle drag racing in particular, it's all about details. Details, details, details. You have to be careful about everything out there. All right, next pair up, Barry Pryor Sr. in the left lane. In competition motorcycle, 2575 in the right. Getting ready to rock and roll. Oh, bit of a rodeo ride in the right lane. Came up, came down, got pretty sideways, managed to straighten it out. Barry Pryor went nice and straight, a little too quick on the tree. 006 red. Motorcycle in the right lane got real squirrely. Managed to straighten it out. All right, we have to keep an eye on the tail light. Right lane, we got a roller on the top end. Our chief starter, as always, is right on the job. Got that tree blinking red, and he's going to keep it blinking red until that motorcycle gets off the racetrack. Whenever you see the tree, the starting line tree, blinking red, that's an all stop. That is a safety issue of some sort somewhere. And when that comes on, everybody needs to stop what they're doing. Well, whatever out on that racetrack needs to be attended, gets attended. Everybody just kind of stand fast. In soccer, they say take a knee. All right, things are getting a bit lean out here in the lanes. I'll sure be looking for that come Sunday night, I promise you. Let's talk a little bit about tomorrow. Tomorrow is Saturday, and we're going into our Saturday program. So, racers, please pay attention. Saturday, 9 a.m. We're going to start at 9 a.m. with Street ET. Liska Racing Street ET. You will have time trial number 2 tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We're going to start with Liska Racing Street ET out of lane 1, V-Twin out of lane 2, and then MPS Pro ET out of lane 3. That is the Saturday morning start. And once we run through those classes, we're looking at Sportsman Q2 will commence right after that with a run order of 460 Super Comp, Super William, Street Fighter, and Top Gas. That'll bring us right up to about 12 o'clock, and we'll be doing some track prep. And then after that, Pro Q2 for 12:30 tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. There are 3 qualifying rounds for the pros. Tonight was Q1. Tomorrow at 12:30 is Q2. Pro qualifying tomorrow, Q3. Our final round of qualifying tomorrow will be at 4:30 afternoon. That's the Saturday. All right? Be ready for that. I'll be on this mic bright and early at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Because at 9 a.m. we're going to be sending Liska Racing Street ET down the racetrack. Racers, please be ready for that. I'll be making lane calls by 8:50 in the morning. You'll be hearing me calling you. I'm going to move this show with a purpose, my friends. On Saturday morning, again, we're going to start with Liska Racing Street ET at 9 a.m., followed by Vance and Hines Race Shop B-Twin, followed by MPS Pro ET. They will be running third in that order. Our Saturday program. Then we're going right into Sportsman. And that's going to be Q2 for Sport. Throughout this Ultra 460, we had at least 34, 35 bikes running in 460 tonight. That was amazing. It's so many powerful bikes over there. Thanks to Mr. Grothis for coming up here and joining us and hopping on the mic while we worked 460. That was a whole lot of fun. We'll do more of that, too, if time permits. But come Sunday on race day, racing comes first, my friend. Racing always comes first. I want to send a big shout out and a thank you to Matt Smith at Matt Smith Racing. At some point during our 2-hour rotation tomorrow, I will definitely come down and see you, Mr. Smith. We'll talk motorcycle drag. Pro stock motorcycle drag. We will do that. Wow. Don Horta. 001 reaction time with a street bike. A Yamaha V-Star. And he's got an 001 reaction time. I defy anybody to try to beat that. No, you won't. Not with a Yamaha V-Star. You haven't got a snowball's chance in anything of doing that. Nothing gonna happen. That was amazing. All right, as we get down to it here, I want to put the thanks out to the media for all their coverage this weekend. Jack Carpella and Cycle Drag, Tim Haley with Eat My Ink, JT Norton with dragbike.com. Thank you all for your coverage and support here at Man Cup Motorcycle Drag Racing. We're wrapping things up on our Friday edition of the 44th Annual Fuel Tech World Finals presented by Wiseco here at South Georgia Motorsports Park. I want to thank the SGMP staff again for their stellar efforts and performance. They hit the ball out of the park, keeping us racing and keeping us safe. Well done by one and all. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we're sending motorcycles down the racetrack, beginning with Liska Racing, Street ET, Vance & Hines Race Shop, V-Twin, and MPS Pro ET. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you in the morning.